Good morning. Hey, Keonce. Good morning. 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 We're going to try and get through day two because there's a lot of court going on today. And I don't know what's going to be showing up live and what's not going to be showing up live. So, um, there's two proceedings. One this morning, one this afternoon. I need to check my notes, girl, because I'm one of those. As soon as I data dump it in my iPad or on a piece of paper, I don't even try to think about it. I just know today and tomorrow there's court for cases that we're following. So I may be dipping in and out. So I may be dipping in and out because if I'm trying to, but we're going to run this so we can get caught up with day three. Good morning, Mocha. Good morning. Good morning to all of my early boo boos and bebes. Good morning. If that's you on the check in, and it is 7:28, 6:28, 5:28, 4:28, wherever you are, baby. Good morning. Okay. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Okay. And you. Okay. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, y'all. Okay. We are in the day two of the state of Georgia versus Cordera Tuitt. Okay. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. We had some conversation towards the end of yesterday. If you missed it, go ahead and check it out because I feel like we've already got this mystery solved at the end of the day. As the 13th jurors on the YouTube streets, we already know what it is because at the end of the day, you got to follow the law. And I'm not talking about Mr. Tuitt and the shooting. What I'm talking about is as a juror, when they present you with the law. Now, we haven't looked up all the statutes, but there are just some things, that, us as experienced court watchers, that we kind of already know. It's giving it's going to be guilty, and it's going to be guilty on a couple of reasons. Self-defense doesn't even come in, but we're just going to keep watching, but I think they're trying to go for some sort of self-defense, or this was a provoked situation. And but at the end of the day, there's one act, I think, in my opinion, because your girl's not a lawyer, that supersedes all of it, and that is a felon in the commission of a felony, which results in another felony. And it seems as though Mr. Cordera Tuitt is a felon, and him in possession of a firearm is another felony, and then another felony happened because he ended up killing his neighbor. Okay, so he, as a felon, he never even should have had a gun in his possession, whether he was threatened or not. It's a no. It's a strict no. And that's that on that. But anyway, y'all please express your opinions and let me know what you think. But I think that the jury is going to, you know what I mean? If they're going to be asked to follow what the law says of what he was charged with, this is going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. Okay, guys, let's get into it. We are here for day two. Later today, we'll be kicking off day three. So we're right behind, and we're going to get caught up. Okay. Don't worry. We will be caught up in no time, maybe by lunchtime. Okay. I'm going to just put myself down here for right now. Okay. All right. Let's get into it, guys. I'm going to advance a little bit.
Go by what Ms. If she says I'm done talking with this person. Let's get on the record. We had to wrestle through a couple calendars. Back with State versus Tuitt. We had to wrestle through a couple calendars this morning. I believe all our jurors are here. Great. Ms. Simpson, you're going to need to vacate.
I'm going to be honest too, you guys. I did cheat a little bit last night. I was watching some of the testimony because I was so curious about this other woman. And you'll hear about it, but I don't know that it's as deep as one would think, but you never know. It could have been a situation where somebody was trying to tee something up, try to lay some groundwork, or maybe he was just trying to be a good dude. I don't know. But it seems as though you'll hear. I'm gonna just let y'all. But yeah, I had to yesterday get into this testimony. How did I forget her name that quick? This lady right here. All right, let's get into it because girl. Oh, and I'm gonna put it on 1.25. Let's put it. Well, yesterday I had it on 120. That's what I had on yesterday. Okay, let's go.
The premises. If you could be back at 1, I'm not quite sure how that calendar is going to go, but we in theory have a 1 o'clock that we'll at least call the names and see what happens. That would be great. Thank you. She is. Sure. Ms. Jones-Connor, is there anything we need to discuss from the state before we bring the jurors in? Okay. Good morning, Ms. Fagan. Anything from the defense? Okay.
Girl, Mr. Tuitt, I don't know what he's doing. He's sitting there like he's writing in his journal. Dear God,
Deputy Gordon, we're ready for the
have
jurors.
mercy. I do not want to LWAP. I cut my dreads. I've got myself a little curly fro. I'm trying to look a certain way with my turtleneck on and my gray pants, looking very, very much like I work in corporate America. Friday attire. Okay. Business casual Friday. Even though I've got tattoos on my face. He's trying every angle. He's trying to look very astute. Miss Fagan, I'm going to need for you to get your blazer game together. Okay. Miss Fagan, your blazer's horrible, sis. That is awful. That's an awful fit and an awful color. Can you please ask Miss Jones-Connor where she got her set from? Because that's cuter.
All right, for the jury.
I can sort of.
Please.
Yes, I am.
Yes. You want your notes? Yeah, that would be perfect. Yeah. Great. Thank you. Could we please get here? Yeah. Thank you. Oh, yes.
Girls, President, the count for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Welcome back, my friends. Good to see you in your smiling faces and your green pillow. We remain in the midst of the state's case, so I'm going to ask Ms. Jones-Connor to call the state's next witness.
Good morning. The state calls Ms. Almeida Forte.
Okay, so Almeida Forte is. So yesterday when we left off with Mr. What was his name? LaShawn? Mr. Forte, the Mr. Laquinton. Mr. Laquinton Rashawn Forte. Okay, Miss Forte.
we sit, you face me, raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm that testimony you will be able to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self you God? Do right now, sleep. Then you state the spelling name for the record.
Almeida Forte.
Mom got on. Can we just talk about the dress code? Mom has on a crop top, a bust down. She looks like she got a full sew in. And I don't know that that's a wig. It's giving bust down sew in. And I just didn't know people were wearing crop tops to court, but girl, am I tripping? Okay. Mom is checking in. Okay. And she has a 31-year-old son. Can we say that? Mr. Laquinton is coming in at 31 years old. So this is a mommy of a 31-year-old. So okay, sis. Still maintaining your youthful disposition with a 31-year-old that you got to come testify who's currently incarcerated. I mean, hey.
ALMEATA FORCE.
Good morning, Ms. Forte.
Good morning.
And mommy got tattoos all on her chest. Okay, look at that. Baby.
And if you could, I know you're a little soft spoken, so you can lean that microphone thumb towards you a little bit more. That's perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, Ms. Forte, where are you originally from?
I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, born and raised.
And do you have any children?
I have 3 girls and 1 boy.
And your one boy, what's his name?
Laquinton Forte,
And how old is Laquinton?
31.
Now, back in August of 2022, what area were you staying at then?
Decatur.
How long? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I've always stayed in Decatur, but just different parts.
And so back in Decatur in 2022, who stayed with you then?
Laquinton.
And did you have anybody else staying at the house with you?
No.
And LaQuentin, did he have any friends?
Yes,
And did you know any of his friends?
all of them.
All of them.
We're very close.
Did you know a Cordarra Stewart or Cordarra Tuitt or CT?
Well, I've never known him by that, but now I know him as Cadarius Stewart, but I've always called him CT.
And would CT come to your home in Decatur?
Yes,
How often?
almost daily, but not for that long, for probably about a year.
And do you know how long him and LaQuentin had been friends back in 2022 and that?
They had been friends like a year and a half. They hadn't been friends that long.
And what did CT call you?
All of his friends called me Mom.
Mom. Now, I want to turn your attention specifically to August 18th of 2022. Did you get a visit from the police on that day?
Yes, I did.
Okay, tell me about that.
Well, initially when I heard about the incident, I didn't know really what was going on. I just know that I saw my son on the news or whatever. So when they came, I was very happy to see him. I welcomed them and I told them I was waiting on them to come see me so I could see what was going on from their point of view.
Them being the Atlanta Police Department?
Correct.
Now, you said you had heard about an incident.
On the news.
Okay. And that incident being,
My son, I just saw my son on the news.
and did you know anything about what had occurred on that day at all?
Yes,
Tell me about that.
I just knew that somebody was had got shot and my son was there.
Now, the police come to your home on August 18th, 2022?
I'm not exactly sure the date, but if that's the date, they came.
Okay. And what do you tell them at that time?
I tell them that I wanted to know what was happening. I was happy that they was there because I really want to know what really happened because I've talked to my son And I've talked to, well, CT is who I know him by, and I just want to know what they knew, what was going on.
And the minute you were at CTV, if you could take a look around the courtroom, do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you describe what he's wearing and where he is sitting?
He's wearing a black shirt, glasses. He's sitting next to, I guess that's his lawyer.
And is that to your left or right?
To my right, but your left.
Your left, right reflections. Identify who just there.
She has.
Now, Miss Forte, had you had a conversation with CT
Well,
after the incident?
a couple of times he was calling people, other friends of my son's, and they were talking to him or whatever. So I would tell them to give me the number so I can talk to him. And he kept changing numbers so much. Like he would just keep getting different text numbers, I guess. And I got one of them and I called and he called back.
And what did he say when he called back?
I just said, why don't you, what's going on? Why don't you turn yourself in? Because I now know that, you know, what happened or whatever. And he was like, Ma, I really didn't do nothing or something to that nature. I had to do it because he had a gun. I'm not sure what he said about that. And I was like, well, that should be self-defense. And he was like, but I shot him so many times, however many times. And I was like, oh shit.
So initially you thought
It was just one time.
it was one time. And in your conversation, when you found out it was multiple times, that information came.
Yeah. Yes.
CT?
Yes.
Now, did CT say anything about whether or not he had, what he planned to do next?
He said he was going to turn himself in, but he kept saying that on different occasions. He didn't just tell me that. He was telling a lot of people that he was. And then, I'll let you ask me.
Go ahead.
And then it became a point where he was like, he wasn't. Him and my son had got into a different place because my son was upset because the victim's family was upset with my son posting him on Instagram because they thought my son did it. And then he was spreading the paperwork online, letting everybody know that my son was snitching. So it was just a lot that me and my son was going through. And my son was just like, I can't go through this for you. You know, you need to just turn yourself in.
Now, you said at some point it changed where CT had originally said, I'm gonna turn myself in, and then when that friction came between him and your son, it changed.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And then did he say he had different plans for how to react if he was caught or if he had to?
Well, I was told I can't say he say, she say, so he didn't tell me, but I did hear some things he was saying.
You didn't hear yourself in your house, but through the grapevine.
So he was talking to some people in my house, but he wasn't talking to me.
And do you remember telling the
It's like, can you say, I overheard a conversation? He was talking to some people and I was in proximity and I heard the conversation. People the way people talk, especially, do you guys notice this when you watch trials? And this is not just her. This is not a her thing. I'm just saying in general, sometimes the way people kind of articulate themselves, it's not super clear. So she knows she can't do hearsay. I mean, I'm sure they kind of gave her ma'am, when you're testifying, these are things we need for you to avoid. We need you to be as clear and as detailed as possible within the question that we ask you. But do you know, but The one thing I did notice about Judge McBurney yesterday is that he kind of does interject and clear, like, okay, let me ask you this. Da, 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 da. He kind of comes in and clears the way because, we're all hearing that she overheard a conversation, which she can say what she heard. It's not she was being told something that happened. She heard a conversation two people were having about a situation. So she does have firsthand knowledge to this information. You know what I'm saying?
Detectives, what he said to you in regards to how his plans have changed.
Can I say it?
I object to hearsay. I think the witness understands the line and understands that whatever is being said is said directly to her.
So you should go ahead and answer a question. Ms. Jones-Connor is going to ask it. If I think it's inappropriate, I could always interject. And more importantly, Ms. Fagan will object if she thinks something's happening. You will not be in trouble because you're answering a question. So I don't want you to worry about that. If
Okay.
Ms. Jones-Connor said, what did CT say? You need to start answering that question. And if Ms. Fagan thinks you shouldn't because it's not appropriate, she'll object. And all I ask you to do is to stop if you hear someone say object.
Gotcha.
Otherwise, you guys keep having your conversation and Ms. Fagan will let everyone know if she thinks it should stop.
Okay. So
Why don't you ask a question again so we're clear on the record what it is she's answering?
For the record, do you recall what you told police CT said in regards to what he was going to do if he was caught?
he was just like he was going to harm himself. He was going to unalive himself.
You remember him saying something about shooting it out?
I think somebody said that.
How can you tell somebody who spends a lot of time on social media? She just said something that is very social media. People who don't frequent social media don't use this word because it's not a word, right? Unalive. If you hear people say unalive, they're in the bushes with us. Okay. That's a clear sign that someone spends a lot of time on social media. Girl, unalive is uniquely a social media thing. And if somebody uses that word, baby, they're one of us. Okay. They're one of us and they're in the bushes. Okay.
So you can talk about what you recall CT saying.
Okay.
Anyone else saying it, then we're going to get more objections and I'll sustain them. But if you
Okay.
recall,
Ma'am, don't look in the camera. What are you doing? Did you guys see her look in the camera? Ma'am said, that's why I'm going to make sure my bust down is pressed out. I got my mascara on, my little eyeshadow, and I'm wearing my crop top. Shirley Strawberry wears hers. I'm going to wear mine. I'm coming in hot.
I think somebody said that.
so you can talk about what you recall CT saying.
Okay.
Anyone else saying it, then we're going to get more objections and I'll sustain them. But if you
Okay.
recall CT saying it, you're free to talk about it, whether he said it to you or someone else. If it's something you heard him say, that's something Ms. Jones-Connor can ask you about.
Your Honor, can I say something to you?
Why don't you just keep answering her questions?
Okay.
And then if we need to take a break, we'll do that.
Okay.
Did you hear CT say that? Yes or no?
No.
Now, did CT ever come back to your home after that day?
No.
Did Laquinton ever come back to your home after that?
No.
At some point during your conversation with the Atlanta Police Department, do you reach out to either CT or Laquinton?
Laquinton.
And were you able to get Laquinton on the phone?
Yes, I mean, they were there to talk to me, and they really were just trying to get me to identify my son. But I volunteered to call him because I wanted him to tell what really happened, because it was too much. It was too much going on. It was a terrifying time for me and him. So I just wanted to just clear everything up right then and there.
Terrifying
Because of the threats on the internet and posts being posted by all these different people and the family thinking that he did it. We arguing with them, the girls in the family online, and it was a lot. And I understand the family. I understood it because if it was my son, I wouldn't have known. I would have understood it. But it was just not his fight. It was not his, it wasn't for him. And I was trying to get that part cleared up.
And when Laquinton picked up the phone while you were with the detective, did you tell them about what you remember from that day?
Yes, I immediately called him and I told him, I said, Laquinton, now your life is on the line. I said, now you know all this stuff that's going on the internet and around us. You need to tell these people what they need to know. I understand how snitching is and all of this and that. I said, but it's me that's involved now. And if you love me, you'll tell them what happened. You're going to have to just tell them what happened so we can get our lives back together. And so he told them everything that he knew.
And when it came to what Laquinton shared when you were there with the police, did he share who shot the victim?
I don't, yes, I think so.
And who was that?
CT.
And the victim in this case, did you know him at all?
Yes.
How long did you know the victim?
Like I said, he had been friends with my son like a little over a year, but I was hearing about him and, whatever. I probably knew him for a while, but he wasn't hanging with my son like that.
So he was hanging with Laquinton and CT?
Oh, wait a minute.
The victim.
Oh, I'm sorry. I never knew the victim. I'm sorry. I never knew the victim. I'm sorry.
And so when you were just talking, you were referring to CT?
Right.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. And after everything happened, did you ever have to make any changes?
Yes, of course. Of course, I moved because I knew he knew where I lived, and I knew the threats and stuff were coming because of the snitching allegations, and and then people thinking that my son did it, and then the person I was told, I don't know if that's he said or whatever, but she told that.
Don't tell me what it is.
Oh, okay. Well, I moved because it was allegations. And I just wanted us to be safe, so I moved just to keep us safe.
How many times did you move?
I moved one more time after that, because some people had found out where we lived. And nobody ever came to my house or anything like that, but it was just for me to be feeling safe in my own home.
And the reason that you felt unsafe, was it in regards to this situation?
Sure, of course.
Now, when the detectives came, did they show you any photos where you saw either your son or CT?
Yes.
In just a moment, I'm going to show you what has been previously entered in the evidence of States Exhibits 98 through 100. We'll actually start at stage 4. And it'll come on that screen in front of you in just a moment.
If you press the button that says stay muted, that'll go away. There you go. Thank you.
Now, do you recognize the individual in States 94?
Yes, yes,
Who is that?
that's CT.
On to States 95,
Yes, CT.
States 96. I don't know if you recognize that person.
No,
States 98,
I can't see. 98.
go back to States 86.
No, I don't recognize him. Oh, yeah, I see his shoes. That's my son.
And then States 85, you recognize that individual?
Yes.
I'm so sorry, I should have made it full screen, but my computer's having a slow start this week. And Ms. Forte, on the day of the incident, the shooting, were you anywhere near the Parkside Apartments?
No,
And, at any point, did anybody promise you anything or tell you what to say?
no, I didn't know anybody that the victim knew. I never knew them. I never be on that side of town.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Ms. Forte.
You're welcome.
Ms. Fagan, questions for Ms. Forte?
Yes, Your Honor, is the court able to manually disconnect my audio? If not.
I mean, it sounds like me going over there with pliers, but let me look. You're
I got it.
yeah, you're muted. Oh, that much.
Good morning, Ms. Forte.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing good.
Okay. Now. Now you see your son on the news, right? And you're concerned, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You speak to him, you make sure he's okay, right?
Yes.
You're getting information from Instagram and from the news, right?
Well, not at the moment, not Instagram, but
Okay.
just from the news.
Okay, so after the news, though, that's when, people started posting pictures of your son.
Correct.
Thinking your son had something.
Yeah, they was getting the photo from there.
And then he needed to clear his name from that as well, because he didn't have any involvement in the
Correct.
shooting. Now, when you spoke with my client, he told you that it was self-defense, right?
Yeah, he did.
When you, were present when your son was speaking with the police, was that on speakerphone?
I think so.
Okay, and so when you listened to your son telling the police what happened, he indicated that the gentleman that was shot was the aggressive one, correct?
I don't remember that. I'm sorry.
Do you recall him saying, well, do you know if he told the police that he started it?
I don't want to say yes or no because I don't remember that.
Do you recall him saying that he tried to persuade the men not to argue because the police were out?
He tried to persuade TC to come away from there. He kept telling TC, let's go.
Because there was police outside, right?
Because of the situation, period. He was just like, it was senseless.
He told the police that he observed the man have a firearm that he initially had in his pocket and moved to his waistband, correct?
Ma'am, I don't remember that.
Okay. Has anyone showed you the surveillance in this footage? I am on, I think it's States Exhibit 5. States Exhibit 5. Has anyone shown you the surveillance in the footage?
I'm not sure. I would have to look at it to see.
Have you seen the footage of a hallway?
When TC was standing in the hallway, that's what I saw.
Okay, so you saw the screenshot.
Yes,
The video, is there a video on your screen before you?
yes, it's on pause.
And that video, how long does it say that video is?
6:26.
I'm playing State's Exhibit 5.
Do you have a specific, State's Exhibit 5, I recall, has many, is this D5, D91? You pointed out there were a bunch of clips.
Yes, Your Honor.
Second number out for the record, it's labeled shooting, the actual shooting is what it's called.
Okay, this clip.
It's what it's called, the shooting.
Okay,
I have it labeled as 2023-06-14-12-45-43.
okay. Video with many names.
Now you see that the video is moving because of the fan, correct?
Correct.
Now, at the very end of the video, do you see two small figures? Two little black dots.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And you see the two black dots moving?
Yes.
You see the fan still moving?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, for the record.
Yes.
And you saw that this entirety of the video was 6 minutes and 26 seconds initially, right?
Correct.
You saw one individual on the left go up a stair, correct?
Correct.
Saw the individual on the right go up the step, correct?
Yes.
Sorry. Oops, sorry, I just restarted it. Did you see that was your son that walked through?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Oh, that was two other individuals. I'd like you to keep watching. Do you see your son behind those two?
Not yet. Yeah, I see him standing on the top, coming up now.
Not involved in whatever's going on the stairs down there.
Correct.
And at this point, you might not be able to tell. Can you tell which one CT? By chance? Maybe not yet.
Now I can.
Okay, which one was CT? The one on-
CC's in the middle.
Okay, when they were on the stairs, was he the one on the left or the right?
Oh, I can't.
Okay, no problem. Now you saw your son put his bag on the apartment door, right?
Yes.
And so now we are about 3 minutes into whatever started on the stairs and now it's come up the stairs,
Okay.
right?
Correct.
From your son's body language, can you tell if he's uncomfortable?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
It's her son. I'll allow it.
Yes, I think he's getting agitated.
Okay. And he told you that the fight was something stupid, right?
It was something that could be prevented.
That he told, well, do you now recall him telling the police that this gentleman produced a firearm? Do you recall that?
This wouldn't make me recall the phone call.
Okay.
I mean, I'm 53. I look a little younger than I am. I'm 53 years old. So I really don't remember a lot. I want to tell you guys
Is she using the Sonia Durham excuse? She says she's 53. I don't remember a lot. Are you kidding me? Ma'am, 53 is not old, especially when you're coming in a pink two-piece with a crop top, bust down, pressed out, all of the things, ma'am. Did she say I look younger than yeah, I look younger than I am. I'm 53. I don't remember a lot. Girl, don't come in here with the old excuse, ma'am. Us 50-year-olds are going to have to clock you on that. Stop it. Stop, ma'am. You articulated very well. I want a pressed out bust down. Okay? Stop it. You guys, I'm doing a little research while we're watching this. So catch this. In Georgia, a felon can use a gun for self-defense, but it is complex and a risky situation. While using a firearm may be justified in the eyes of a jury, the individual can still face serious charges for illegal possession of a firearm. The Georgia Court of Appeals has ruled that self-defense can be an absolute defense, but the charge of a felon can be an absolute defense to a charge of a felon having possession of a firearm. So they can try it, even though it's risky, because at the end of the day, you're a felon with a gun and you're not supposed to have one. The burden of proof, however, because this is an affirmative defense, the convicted felon has the legal burden of proving to a jury by a preponderance of evidence. So Miss Fagan, even though typically the prosecution has the burden to prove the case, because the felon is trying to prove self-defense, they have to prove beyond a preponderance of the evidence that their actions were justified. That's why she's going so hard to try to get he was the aggressor type thing, because that's their defense, is that it's self-defense, because they already know Sir is dead wrong for gunplay and felonious activity as a convicted felon. A person is justified in using a firearm if they reasonably believed it was necessary to defend themselves or the other person against the imminent unlawful use of force. So that's why we're going to witness Miss Fagan really earning her check, because it's going to be a LWOP, because Sir is a convicted felon and he was in use of a firearm.
everything I can, because I want to be honest about this, because I care about CT too. You know what I mean? But I just don't remember that part being said.
That's fine. Now, do you recall him? Maybe he didn't tell you. Okay. My question is, did he ever tell you that there was an argument, a space in between the argument, that the man comes back after he goes and gets a gun?
I'm gonna object at this point to hearsay, Your Honor. I think
Just so I'm following the question, you, Ms. Fagan, are asking Ms. Forte, did your son, not your client, but did her son, Mr. Forte, say X, Y, and Z?
Right. Well, I'm specifically talking about when she called him to speak with the police.
Okay, but you're asking her, did your son say? So how is that not hearsay?
Well, I guess my argument would be that gentleman would testified yesterday, so I would say now I'm going into prior inconsistent statements.
But the question you asked, if you got the yes answer, would not be inconsistent with what yesterday's testimony was. So
Right.
next question.
So do you know if the police had recorded when they were speaking with you or your son?
I didn't know at the time, but I know now that it was recorded.
Okay, and have you had an opportunity to listen to that?
I think so.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Do you have any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, any questions from the jurors? Yes.
The judge got Miss Fagan straightened out real quick, didn't he? Like, excuse me, like he's just I I like his reasoning. It's kind of interesting. Who's up
Thank
next?
you.
Okay, here we go. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Tap in as you come in. Okay. Tap, 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 tap in as you come
Ms. Forte,
come
you
in. Good
mentioned
morning.
that you had been receiving threats after all this unfolded and that your son was as well.
Mhm.
Were the threats coming from the family of the deceased?
Both. They were coming from both,
When you say both, what's number two?
like people that he knew.
He meaning,
CT.
okay, so not necessarily CT's mouth, but you would say CT's people and then the deceased's people.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. Ms. Jones-Connor, any follow-up based on that?
Can I also say something? Miss?
Oh,
Oh,
unless a lawyer asks you about it, or I do.
Just briefly, Ms. Forte, do you know of threats that your son received from CT?
Objection to hearsay.
She either knows or she doesn't.
But if she knows because her son told her, then that would be hearsay. So if you want to say, did CT ever tell you that he threatened your son? You can ask that, but that'll get you.
but
Let me ask it a different way. Ms. Forte, did you ever observe threats that were from CT to your son?
I wouldn't say exactly from him because
If they weren't exactly from him, let's move to a different space.
can I tell you? Oh,
I'm sorry. Was there ever a time, Ms. Forte, where CT called your son and he had him on speakerphone, Laquinton had him on speakerphone?
I don't know if he had him on speakerphone, but that would be hearsay too because he was telling me what he was saying.
So you didn't hear it yourself?
No.
Okay. I don't have a question.
All right, Ms. Fagan, any other questions for Ms. Forte?
No, thank you.
All right, Ms. Forte, thank you for your time. I
Okay.
appreciate you being here.
All right.
You look much younger than your age.
Thank you for your time.
Why did he tell her
Next
that?
witness.
Why did the judge do that? He said, "Oh, it was nice meeting you." What was her name? Therese. Girl, what's her name? It was like Alma, Therese. What was her name? Girl. He said,
All right, Ms. Forte, thank you for your time. I
Okay.
appreciate you being here.
All right.
You look much younger than your age.
Thank you for your time.
the judge. He is funny. Hold on. What's her name? It's like Al something. Almeida. Girl, look at ma'am's outfit. Girl, she got her ma'am went to Rainbow and got herself a set, y'all.
Almeida Forte.
Almeida. Okay. Miss Almeida. Miss Almeida's cute. Okay. All right. Next witness. Next. She said, okay.
You swear affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Go ahead, now, see, can you stay and spell your name for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Girl, she is on brand, okay? There is no question that this lady is a CSI. She has on all of her Atlanta PD merch, and sis got a job. Okay? Sis is working on the clock. She is uniformed down.
Bristow, LANEKA BRISTOW. Good morning.
And can
Morning,
you tell us how are
sis.
you currently employed?
How? City of Atlanta, I'm a crime scene technician.
How long have you been a crime scene technician in the city of Atlanta?
A little over 15 years.
And tell us about what a crime scene technician for city of Atlanta does.
Okay, we do an array of things. So we are usually second, third responders to any scene, any crime scene. We take photographs of the scene, collect evidence, process the scene, whatever's required regarding evidence.
Now, do you receive a call from other law enforcement officers letting you know to report to a scene?
That is correct.
And then once you do so, do you follow the same procedures every time? Is it a request? How's that work?
It depends. It's not exactly the same. It just depends on the person, the officer you're working with.
Now, turning your attention to August 9th, 2022. At that point in time, did you become involved with an investigation at 1314 Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway?
Yes.
And how did you become involved?
We're usually dispatched to the scene.
And that location, what county is that located in?
Fulton.
Now, with that case, what was the nature of the case generally?
I believe my involvement was just to conduct the GSR.
Now, GSR, what does that mean?
GSR stands for gunshot residue kit.
Now, walk us through what's the procedure with a gunshot residue kit? What would you do?
Okay, so we would fill out the form that's inside the kit, getting all the information pertaining to the scene, the person that I'm conducting the kit on, and the time, date, procedures like that. And we would conduct the GSR kit on that individual.
So you open up the kit, there's paperwork inside, and you fill it out with the details related to the case. Fair.
Yes.
And then what other tools or items are involved in that kit?
The kit involves 3 valves that we use that has adhesives on them. And what we do is we conduct those adhesives. We swab the victim's or person's hand and close it up and seal it back and send it off for testing.
And is it typically someone's hand?
Typically, yes.
Okay. Now, on this occasion, in this particular case, the GSR kit that you performed, was it connected to a Quatavious right?
Correct.
Okay. And if you conduct a GSR kit on a decedent, would you do that at a scene or elsewhere?
No, it's usually done at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's office.
And when you arrive to that office, do you do anything other than the kind of tape on the hand area?
No.
And do you typically photograph that process?
No.
Now, once you have collected, I guess, the list or the samples from someone's hand, what do you do with it at that point?
I take it back to my office and we store it, or after we store it, it gets submitted to the GBI for testing. So it's like a trace analysis testing procedure that we request for them.
And if gunshot residue that you're looking for, how does it end up being, expelled, or how would it end up in places?
It's typically, it just depends. It's like a residue. If you fire any kind of firearm, any residue that's comes from that, Typically, it's around that surrounding area, all on the person's hand that's used it.
And could it also be present on someone's hand or person if they were in the proximity but didn't fire?
Yes,
And in this case, did you follow that same procedure of sealing the kit, storing it at your office, and then submitting it to the GBI?
yeah, that's correct.
And once you had fully submitted that and followed that process, did that complete your involvement?
That completes my involvement.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
No questions, thank you.
Great. Jurors, any questions? Say someone grabbing a card.
Yeah.
Okay. Almost done, Ms. Bristow. Thank you, sir. So, Ms. Bristow, would the amount of residue that you recover, that your work recovers, in any way be indicative if the hand that you got it from was holding a gun and that gun was fired, or just that that hand was near some gun that fired? That question makes sense.
It makes sense, but it can be either or.
Okay.
Yeah, it can be either or. You can't dictate it from where it exactly come from. It just puts, I guess, the person in that vicinity.
Okay.
So to speak.
If you and I hope this never happens, but if we're shooting at each other, but I'm way over in that corner and you're over in this corner, and I end up with gunshot residue on my hand, is it likely that it would have come from your gun way over in that corner, or more likely that it would have come from my gun way over in my corner?
And who's the person who said that it was?
We're shooting at each other. We're both shooting, because you're saying it really depends. It could come from either gun. Does distance make a difference? In other words, if you're way over in this corner shooting at me and I'm at that corner shooting at you, and you win, I lose, I'm dead, you come and someone GSRs my hands, hey, there's gunpowder on there. Is it more likely that it's from the gun I had, or could it go all the way from where you were to where I was?
It was more likely from the gun you had.
Okay, but if we're right in front of each other, then there's this potential uncertainty. I don't know whose gun it came from.
That's what it would be.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Jones-Connor, anything else?
No.
Ms. Fagan?
Do you know if your kit was ever tested?
I do not. I'm not aware if it was tested, all the results to it.
And when you have testified, do you usually have your kit that you show the jury?
Yes, sometimes they would give me the evidence
Okay.
that I'm
And
testifying to.
in this case, they didn't give you
No.
the evidence. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
No problem.
Appreciate it. Your next witness is a witness who will take about how long? I mean, is it more along the lines of Ms. Bristow, or is it more along the lines of Mr. Forte?
More towards Ms. Bristow, probably about 20 minutes or so.
Okay, you want to do one more witness before we break? Yes, they say. Next witness.
Okay.
You swear affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. So I see. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Michael McCarriger, McCarriaGher.
Good morning still, Mr. McCarriger. How are you?
Good, how are you doing?
Good, thank you. Now, can you please tell us how you are currently employed?
Yes, I work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Crime Laboratory. I am one of the assistant directors of the laboratory system.
And how long have you been with GBI in general?
18 years,
And how long have you been in your current role?
3 months.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, can you tell us about some of the work that is done with your unit, your department at GBI?
I came up through the trace evidence section. Eventually, I became the manager of the trace evidence section and held that role for 8 or 9 years. The trace evidence section does casework in gunshot primer residue, hairs, fibers, glass exams, paint exams, and fractured materials.
And can you tell us a little bit about your education and training that led you to that position?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in biology with a minor in chemistry from the State University of New York College at Geneseo. And I have a master's of science in forensic science from Marshall University.
And in your 18 years or so, you know how many cases of analysis you have performed yourself?
Around 1,400, I would say.
And have you also supervised others performing that same analysis?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you ever testified as an expert in the field of gunshot primer residue analysis?
Yes, ma'am.
Roughly how many times?
130.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender Mr. McGregor as an expert in the field of gunshot primer residue analysis.
Ms. Fagan, do you want to examine this witness now on that topic? And if not, do you have any objection to having him so qualified?
No.
All right, Mr. McGarriger, you are qualified for this trial as an expert in the field of gunshot residue analysis.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, turning our attention to that, can you explain to the jury what gunshot primer residue is?
Sure. At the rear of every ammunition cartridge is the primer. So you have the bullet or projectile in the front of the cartridge, and then you have the primer at the rear. Primer is essentially a cup, and the cup holds certain materials, a certain formulation or recipe. Lead stiffnate, barium nitrate, and antimony sulfide, which is an initiator, an oxidizer, and a fuel, which are all the things that you need to have an explosion. When the trigger of a firearm is pulled, it causes the firing pin to strike that primer, and that primer detonates. After the primer detonates, there's enough heat built up that the gunpowder begins to actually burn. And as that pressure builds up, that's what causes the projectile to leave the firearm. That priming material, lead, barium, and antimony, those are all heavy metals. When they go boom and they vaporize, they go from a solid to a gas. Those gases leave the weapon, any opening that's there, hit the cooler air around the weapon, and condense down almost like raindrops to snowflakes because they become solids again. So gunshot primer residue is actually a collection of particles that all has lead, barium, and antimony within single particles. That's a particle which is considered characteristic of gunshot primer residue.
Now, is there a certain range at which those particles are expelled, or does that depend on different characteristics or environmental issues?
Well, there is a general range that would depend upon all of those particular things. In the direction of fire, primer residue has been found on a target that someone was shooting at about 18 meters away in an interior environment. So 18 meters is about 60 feet.
Now, what is the general procedure for collecting, I guess, specimens or test analysis for gunshot primer residue?
There are things called gunshot primer residue collection kits. The kits have 3 samples in them, one for the right hand, one for the left hand, and then a control sample that we use in the analysis is a negative control. The right hand is a 1/2-inch disc made of metal that has double-sided tape on top and a handle on it. And that can be dabbed on someone's hands. Well, I said the right hand. So it could be dabbed on someone's hands. And you do that for the right hand, the left hand, and then of course the control stub, like I mentioned, does not get touched to anything. It serves as a negative control from the manufacturing of the kit through the collection procedure, through the analysis in the laboratory.
Going to the analysis, once you have received those different areas of collection, can you walk us through the general analysis procedure?
All gunshot residue in the country nowadays is basically done by scanning electron microscope with an energy dispersive X-ray spectrometer. Scanning electron microscope is a microscope that uses electrons instead of photons or light to see things. Because it uses electrons, we're able to get higher resolution images at greater magnifications. So if you were to use a light microscope in the laboratory like my hair examiners do to look at hairs, the magnifications reach up to about 400x. On electron microscope, we're typically working above 10,000x in magnification to see these particles. Earlier, when I was discussing the particles, I failed to say the size. These individual particles are about 1 micron in diameter, so that's 1/1,000,000th of a meter. You cannot see primer residue with the naked eye.
Now, at the GBI, how is a kit received for analysis?
It comes in through our evidence receiving department, like the majority of our evidence does. Our evidence receiving department has a series of lockers. We call them lock boxes. They have doors on both sides of the locker, and they're embedded in our wall. So police department can come into our lobby, put the evidence that they want tested into that locker, along with the submission forms and other paperwork they have. They close the locker. At that point, it can only be opened from the inside of the laboratory, where our evidence receiving technicians will grab it, take it into the laboratory, image it upon its entry, place a barcode on it. That's how we track evidence, is through barcode, our chain of custody. They will scan in the submission forms and place the appropriate service on service request in our system.
And along with that barcode, is there a specific number tied to evidence related to the same case?
Yes, every barcode for evidence within the same case will have the same case number, and then it also has an item number on the barcode to further delineate within the case.
Turning your attention to DOFS case number 2022-102-1733. Was there a GSR kit received in connection to that case number?
There was.
And in receiving that evidence or that GSR kit related to that case number, is there a report conducted with any possible analysis or review of that evidence?
I issued what we call a case information update, alerting the customer that that GSR kit would not be tested.
And did you memorialize that case information update in a report style?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to approach you visually with what has been marked as State's Exhibit 142. I think we have something to approach on.
Okay. Let's just go right out here. We'll be quick.
I don't know if this is when the judge is getting questions, but there always seems to be kind of like this little bit of time. Okay, they're getting something together. Oh, maybe
To Ms. Fagan. All right, we'll pick up where we left off. You were going to approach the witness with 142, which it sounds like you only have on your laptop right now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So if you could take a look to State's Exhibit 142. And let me know if you recognize it.
I do.
And how do you recognize State's 142?
My signature's at the bottom and also the GBI case number at the top.
Okay, and is that a true and accurate copy of the case information update that you prepared in connection with DOFS case number 2022-102173?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state attender State's Exhibit 142.
Ms. Fagan, other than what we talked about in the hallway, which really wasn't an objection so much as an alert, any objection to the admission of 142? It's admitted.
Now, in just a second, I'm going to put case 142 on the screen. So we'll move on a little bit. Okay. Beginning at the top of State's 142, you mentioned that unique case number and barcode that is associated with every piece of evidence. What do we have in connection to this report?
For this, you have the case number 2022-102-1733. And the barcodes that are on our report, if you scan them, will open up that case in our system.
Understood. And then we have the first section, requested service. Can you walk us through that section?
Because it was submitted as the GSR exam that was not going to be tested, it went to me as the trace evidence manager as a case information update.
And we have agency and agency reference number. What do those two sections refer to?
The agency is the case who the evidence belongs to, and the reference number is their case number as they have given to us.
And then under case individuals, you see elimination and then Quatavious Wright. What was that designation?
Individuals in our system can be dubbed as victims, subjects, and elimination, and we go off the first submission form that comes in to determine that. And this is information that's provided to us by the submitter of the evidence, and they gave us the name Quatavious Wright.
Can you walk us through what evidence was received in connection to this information update and when it was received?
Yes, GBI Crime Lab item number 2, which is why the case number has -002 after it, was a sealed collection kit identified as containing samples from the hands of a Quatavious Wright.
And just scrolling down, can you walk us through the results and conclusions section we have here?
Sure. The gunshot primer residue evidence collection kit has been returned to the submitting agency. GSR analysis is not routinely conducted on kits collected from individuals who are gunshot victims and non-self-inflicted events. GSR particles are often deposited on the gunshot victim. For this reason, any GSR found on samples collected from gunshot victims provides no information of value.
So in the short of it, was this gunshot residue kit tested?
No, ma'am.
And why is that?
Since March 1st of 2009, the GBI Crime Lab stopped routinely testing GSR kits from victims. When a GSR kit is tested and it's found to be positive, I list 3 conclusions on my reports. The individual discharged a firearm, they were close enough to somebody else who discharged a firearm, or they handled an item, such as a recently fired weapon, that has residue on it that could transfer to the hands. As a scientist, I cannot distinguish between those 3 things. So in an instance or incident where a GSR kit is taken from an individual who has suffered a gunshot wound, we already know they're in the presence of a firearm upon discharge, so the testing does not tell us anything further.
Specifically, if somebody were the victim of 6 gunshot wounds, would you expect that gunshot residue kit to produce positive results?
There would be a distance variable to that, but in general, there would be a good likelihood that an individual who suffered 6 gunshot wounds could have primer residue on them, yes.
And does the range at which those shots were fired into a victim, does that affect how likely it is to have a positive result?
It would, yeah.
So if someone has what's referred to as a press contact wound on their front side in their chest, would that affect or possibly yield positive results on their hand?
Yes, that would obviously be a close distance, and the closer the distance, and that would be almost 0 distance, the more likely we would find residue.
And after completing this information update, did that conclude your involvement in this particular DOFS case?
It did.
I don't have any further questions.
Ms. Fagan,
Yes,
no questions? You're good?
yes, sir.
Okay. Any questions from the jurors? No? Thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you, Aaron.
Appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our morning break. We're going to try to keep it to 10 minutes-ish. I'll have Deputy Gordon corral you all about 10 minutes from now. Remember the rules before you stand up and run away. Don't talk about the case during the break.
Okay, this is what y'all, this is going to explain some stuff from yesterday. This young lady, this woman was dating. Look at some people coming in over there. Maybe those are some people from the YouTube streets. Here she comes, girl. This is the witness right here. There she goes. Miss Ma'am. This lady was dating Cordarra Tuitt. Turns out she knew the decedent from back in the day as like kids. And just so happened they lived on the same floor a few doors down at the apartments where this incident went down. So if you were wondering what the fight was about, if you didn't go ahead last night and cheat, I cheated on y'all last night, y'all. I got to let y'all know I cheated. I had to listen to her because I was so curious. I couldn't stand it. And also, I mean, I got to, as chief moderator, I got to let y'all know what's going on, right? So I know y'all aren't going to hold it against me that I cheated on y'all last night. I had to go watch, so I knew what was going on. Okay. So this is the testimony that's really gonna oh, that's what they were fighting about. Let's get into it.
Raise your hand. You swear affirm that testimony you will be able to be the truth, the
No.
whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So
No.
help you. You now see.
She was the girlfriend of the man who's sitting at the table. She knew the decedent. Just imagine somebody that you went to kindergarten with ended up moving across the street from your house. You know what I'm saying? Like, They knew each other from back in the day. Now, were they messing around? That wasn't discussed. I don't think so. If they were, that wasn't part of the conversation. But she is a homegirl from like back in the day, like not pacifiers, but let's just say like, kindergarten type of thing. I mean, early on elementary.
Can you say it's my name, the record?
Terriny, last name Parks, Parks.
Say,
Not that her last name Parks, but we're not going to get into that right now, but okay.
good morning, Ms. Clark.
Good morning.
Can you, tell Jurors how old are you?
34.
And, are you currently employed?
I am.
Tell Jurors, what do you do for work?
I do home health care.
Okay. And, are you from Atlanta or are you from somewhere else?
No, I'm from Atlanta, born and raised.
Okay. Where in Atlanta are you from?
The west side of Atlanta.
Okay. And, do you have any children?
I do one.
Is it a boy or a girl?
A girl, she's 15.
Now, what I'm going to say is that was not discussed. Could there have been the planting of some seeds? Potentially, which I don't know that for facts. I'm going to be honest. I don't think that's what was going on, but I think that the man who passed away, he may have broken bro code. That's what got Mr. Cordarra. That may have got Cordarra. Maybe that's why Cordarra was so mad. So it appears that Mr. Quentin, who passed away, broke bro code and may have been running his mouth. And that's what got him taking that long nap. Okay. May have gotten him in trouble with Mr. Cordarra. Okay.
And, can you tell the jurors, back in August of 2022, do you remember, where you were living?
Yes, on Dunley Holloway.
Okay. And, was it the Parkside Apartments?
It was.
And do you recall, what building you were living in?
At the 2000 building on the 3rd floor.
Remember your unit number?
I don't.
Okay, it's okay, no. Can you, tell the jurors, on the 3rd floor, where, on the 3rd floor did you live? Did you live close to the elevators, close to the back stairs?
To the back stairs.
Okay. And, who did you live there with?
Cordarra and my daughter.
Okay, and you said, Cordarra,
Yes,
who was Cordarra to you at that time?
my then boyfriend.
Okay, and, did you call him, Cordarra, or did you call him something else, a nickname?
TT.
Okay, and you see the person that you, were living with back in August of 22, you knew as CT in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
If you could you identify for the record by our clothing here on and, where in the courtroom who he's sitting by?
He has on a black shirt with glasses on, sitting next to Miss Fagan.
Found out the record was like the witness, parts of the identify the defendant.
She has.
Now, I wanna back up just a little bit. Do you remember about, when you moved into the Parkside, apartment of, Donnelly Hollow?
Yes,
Can you tell the jurors, when approximately did you move in?
it was in March.
Okay, March of 2022?
Yes, March of 22.
Okay, and, when you moved in, did, CT or, Cordarra, the defendant, did he move in with you?
Yes,
Okay, and, was it just the two of you living there?
along with my daughter.
Okay, and, can you tell the jurors, do you know, someone by the name of Octavius Wright?
I knew him as Tay, but they called him Smoke.
Okay, and, how did you know the person you knew as Tay?
We was basically like not childhood friends, but we knew each other from the same apartment complex when we was younger.
Okay, and when you say younger, you're pretty young as of right now, so did you guys meet? Did you meet like in grade school?
Yeah,
middle
grade school. Yeah, we was like probably 10, 11, something like that.
Okay, and you had stayed in contact or knew him, from 10?
No, I never stayed in contact with him.
Okay, how long did you, I guess, live in the same apartment complex or neighborhood when you guys were young kids?
Probably some years, probably.
Couple years?
Yeah, probably some years. I don't know exactly how many.
Okay. As the years went by, did you and Tay, did you guys reconnect or become
No.
friends again?
No,
Okay. And when you moved into the Parkside apartments, was Tay living there?
he was.
Was he living there prior to you moving in?
Yes,
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, when you moved in, did you ever run into Tay and realize, is that how you realized he lived there?
yes.
Okay. And can you describe to the jurors in relation to where you live, how far did Tay live from your apartment?
He stayed maybe a couple doors down on the opposite side.
Okay. If you were to open, I guess, your door to your apartment, and look out to, your right, can you tell the jurors, were you able to see his door?
Yes,
Okay. And while living in the Parkside apartments, you said you moved in around March 2022. How often would you run into or see Mr. Wright?
pretty often.
Okay. And I think you guys had, friendly exchange, you talk when you ran into each other.
Yes, we did.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors, outside of kind of running into each other, in the hallways or at the apartment, did you guys hang out separately?
No.
Okay. And the times that you ran into Mr. Wright in the hallways of the apartment building, did you ever run into him with CT, the defendant, with you?
No, not really.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors? To your knowledge, did CT and Ms. Wright, you didn't have any issues?
Not to my knowledge, there wasn't no issues.
Okay. And in August of 2022, was it still the same arrangement where it was you, your daughter, and defendant living in apartment 2303?
Yes,
And at that time in August of 2022, to your knowledge, was Mr. Wright still living in the same apartment down the hall from you?
yes.
Tell the jurors, in the summer of 2022, did you and the defendant ever have any issues or fights, things of that nature?
Me and Cordarra?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Was there ever any issues between you and Cordarra, the defendant, as it relates to infidelity or cheating?
No,
Was there ever a time that you talked to Mr. Wright about Cordarra being online, looking at other females or
yes,
paying for things?
yes.
Okay, tell the jurors about that.
I was coming from work one night. It's probably like 2:30 in the morning. I worked at a nightclub. And when I got onto the top floor, he was on the top floor. We always talk. We smoked the blunt at the time. He asked me, did I want to smoke? So we stood in the hallway and smoked. And he was basically telling me like to leave CT alone. I need to leave him alone. He don't do me right. He's cheating on you. He showed me a picture where he took a picture of CT phone. I guess CT told him that he had bought sex off her app. And I don't know if they was talking about it, like where Smoke was gonna do the same thing. I don't know. He was just showing me that, okay, he's buying sex off an app, and I knew he wasn't lying because he took a picture of it, like if he was gonna go back to the website. So he took a picture of CT phone, and his phone was cracked and broke at the time. So I knew he wasn't lying about, okay, he buying sex off the app. So
You remember, I guess, in relation to August of 2022, how many, was that days before, weeks before, months before August of 2022 that you and Mr. Wright had this conversation?
that was months before.
Okay. And you said after he told you this and showed you a picture on his phone, what did you do with that information?
I didn't say anything about it. I waited till like a couple months later.
when my lights was cut off. And that's when I said something to him about it, like, oh, you can buy sets offline, but you can't get these lights on. So that's how the argument started with that.
Okay. And you remember, what month or when, you and, the defendant CT had this argument or exchange
It
about the
was
lights?
maybe in May, because I had just moved in March. And the lights got cut off like a month and a half, so it had to be May.
Say in 2022?
Correct.
Okay. And when you, said to CT, you can't pay for the light, but you can pay for sets. Did you, when you told him that, did you say, Mr. Wright told me that?
No,
Okay. Can you tell the jurors, after you got the information, from Mr. Wright that night, you guys were hanging out on the top floor, did you go through CT's phone?
no,
Okay. Did you ever see, do you remember talking to me or telling me about the time that his phone was open and you were able to see the same websites on his phone,
on his phone?
on CT's phone?
No,
Okay. And, tell the jurors, when you made the comment about, keeping the lights, you're not being able to pay for the lights, you're able to pay for sex, what was the defendant's, I guess, reaction?
he basically just laughed because he knew where the information came from. So we didn't ever get into it about it, never go any further into it.
You said you laughed and you knew where the information.
I guess because, like, if someone tells you, like, oh, I know you can't pay for the lights, but you buying sets off an app. So he knew, I guess, who he disclosed the information to.
Okay. But you didn't tell him, Mr. Wright told him?
No,
Okay. So if this was in approximately May of 2022, at that point, did you ever witness or did CT ever tell you that going forward, and then Mr. Wright had any issues at this point? They had any conflict that you confronted?
no,
Okay. And can you tell the jurors after you and the defendant had that interaction in May, did you continue to run into Mr. Wright or Forte in the hallway?
yes.
Yes. And were those exchanges kind of similar to what you talked about? They were friendly and y'all talked?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
And at any point, did you become aware in running into Mr. Wright after May of 2022 that he had any issues with CT?
Like I did state before, I know that they did have issues prior when they was incarcerated together. So other than that, I really don't.
I'm not knowing where this is going, if it's 404B issues.
Okay, we won't go any further in that direction. That was it? Okay.
Specifically though, after that May of 2022 exchange you had with CT, Mr. Wright or CT never told you either had a separate issue with each other?
No,
And were you home on August 7th of 2022 when Mr. Wright shot?
no,
Okay. Can you tell the jurors, were you home the day before that, on August 6th?
I was.
Okay. And when did you, I guess, leave your apartment that day?
Maybe around 12:30 that afternoon because I had to be to work at 2.
Okay. This is the day before?
Yeah,
Mr.
this
Wright
is the
shot?
day before.
Okay. And where did you work at the time?
Area 4.
Okay. What is area 4?
It's a restaurant slash, well, it was a restaurant slash nightclub.
Okay. And you said you had to work around 12:30 that day?
Uh-huh.
And how long was your shift, or did you work that
I
day?
didn't work that day because I was sick from the prior day from drinking, so I didn't work. I probably worked an hour at the most, and it was it before I had to leave.
Okay. Sounds like the hangover was pretty severe.
It was bad.
And where did you go after working about an hour on August 6th at area 4?
I went out to Lennox to a friend's house and stayed there.
Okay. And how long did you stay at your friend's house?
We got there maybe 6:30. We got there, we got there. He kind of got me. We got there probably like 6:30.
And I stayed the next day until like 7 o'clock the next day afternoon. That's Sunday.
When you say 7 o'clock, you mean that's, August 7th, 7 a.m. or 7 p.m.?
7 p.m.
And, when you left on August 6th of 2020 to go to work, was CT home, do you remember?
Yes.
And, was anybody else home or at your home, with CT at that time?
No.
Okay, you said y'all that your daughter who was a teenager.
She's with her father.
Okay, so she wasn't there.
No.
So when you left on August 6th, it was just you and CT, and then you went to work, and it was just CT by itself.
Yes.
Okay, and, can you tell the jury, did you know a friend of his by the name of, he went by street, but his name given to him by his mother and father, Laquinton Forte?
Yes.
Okay, and how long or how often did you see Mr. Forte or street?
I saw him pretty often with CT. Like they was close friends. I know they had, honestly, they had just got into an argument probably like a month before that, a couple weeks, and it was surprising that they was around each other.
Okay, you're saying Mr. Forte and the defendant had gotten into an argument about a month prior to the shooting?
Yeah.
Okay. That next day, you said you were at your friend's house at around 7 p.m. Did you ever get any information about a shooting that occurred in your apartment building?
I did.
Okay. And after you got that information, did you go back to that apartment building, to your apartment?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors why?
It was just a lot going on. And I had my own situation going on as well. So I just chose not to go back to the apartment.
Okay. And after August 7th, 2022, did you communicate with the defendant over the phone or anything through text?
CT?
Yes.
Yes.
And eventually, did you and CT meet back up?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors if you can recall when you met up, did you guys stay anywhere after that?
We stayed at my mom's house. We was at my mom's house a couple of days before we went to a hotel.
Okay. I don't want to know your mom's physical address. Did she live in Atlanta? Just
Atlanta.
Okay. And you said you went to a hotel?
Mm-hmm.
Where was the hotel?
Virginia Avenue.
Okay, is that East Point?
Yes.
And near the airport?
Yes.
And how long did you and the defendant CT stay at the airport?
Maybe a few days before we was arrested.
Okay. And during that time, after August 7th, 2022, and then while you were staying or in the days in the hotel, can you tell the jurors, if you know, where you would communicate with the defendant CT, did he change his phone number often during that time period?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And when you guys met back up and stayed at your mom's house and into the hotel off of Virginia Avenue, close to the airport, were you guys kind of always together?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors on September 8th of 2022, did members of the Atlanta Fugitive Task Force knock and announce themselves outside of your hotel room door?
Yes.
Okay. And were you inside the hotel?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what's going on in that hotel room at the time that you realized that the Atlanta Police Department and the Fugitive Task Force was right outside the door.
That night we had a double bed in the room. Actually, that night we slept in separate beds. So maybe it was around 7 a.m. something around that time in the morning. I heard an announcement on the bullhorn saying Cordarra Tuitt come out of the room. So like I said, we was in separate beds. So we both jumped up and I'm like, what's going on? And they called his name again on the bullhorn. You just got to go out there.
Okay. Was there only one way in, one way out of the room?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
And prior to this, can you tell the did you and CT talk about, I guess the shooting of Mr. Wright?
No,
Did he ever tell you, ever indicate to you anything about street shooting Mr. Wright?
but yes, he did.
Tell us yours about that.
He was just, I didn't ask what happened because like I didn't want to know. It was a lot going on. And like I say, he was going in and out. He kept saying street did it. He never really just gave me any info on what actually happened.
Street did it.
Yeah, no, one time he told me he defended himself. And then he said street did it. So I honestly don't know.
Okay. And then after that September 8th, when the fugitive task force arrived, did you have any further contact with CT, the defendant?
No, not then because like I was incarcerated myself, so no.
Okay. And you said you were incarcerated. Did it have anything to do with this case on
No.
the report today?
No.
And after the incident occurred, the shooting occurred.
I know somebody's gonna say, "What was she in jail for?" I don't know. I forgot her name that quick, y'all. Where are we? We're at 20. We're at 24132. I forgot what her name was. Hold on. Let's get her name so we can. Sherry, that's a great question. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's a head scratcher for me. I don't even know what to say. It's terrible. Okay, where are we? I feel like it's not giving me an actual, I guess 20 40 20. I mean 2 40 20. Let me get her name so we can be nosy, adequately nosy. I mean, are you guys here for it? She said she didn't want to know what was going on, but then she said he didn't tell her, but you said you didn't really want to know anyway, so, right? Oh, somebody said that they'd never seen this angle. This is the Zoom angle. This particular judge has his camera on, everything. So, ma'am comes in. She sits down. Okay, let's hear.
RRINY.
RRINY. Girl, what is her name?
Last name Parks, PARKS.
Okay, it was Parks. How could I forget that? So Cordero was arrested with her in the hotel room. I wonder, are they going to say? Oh, the mic is off. That's why we couldn't hear. We couldn't hear who it was. But her last name is Parks. Okay. Something Miss Parks. Okay. All right, let's get back to.
With this case on the report today?
No.
I'm gonna see what I can find.
And after the incident occurred, the shooting occurred in the apartment complex that you were living in, did you ever see the actual video surveillance?
Never.
Okay. I want to show you what argued and tendered into evidence of State's Exhibit E2. And while I'm pulling this up, can you tell the jurors, during the time after August 7th, 2022, and then up until September 8th of 2022, when the Atlanta Fugitive Task Force members kind of knocked them out on the door, can you tell the jurors, did you ever see anything on the news as it relates to this incident?
I did.
Okay, tell me what you saw.
I just saw that it was a shooting occurred in my apartments. And I don't, honestly, I don't recall if he was on the news or they was looking for the suspect. I can't recall.
And the screen before you, screen button pop up. Do you see Exhibit 94?
Yes,
Okay. Can you tell the jurors, do you see the person who's dressed in kind of the army fatigue shirt and shorts?
yes,
Who is that?
CT.
Okay, and is that the same person, the same CT that you've identified as sitting next to Ms. Fagan?
Yes.
And I want to show you. Do you see, second? Exhibit 85. Do you see the person in the white shirt?
Yes,
Do you know who that person is?
yes,
Who is that?
street.
Okay, and is that, looking at State Exhibit 85, is that the hallway that your apartment, 2303 is on?
Yes,
And if we're looking at State Exhibit 85, do you see at the top of State Exhibit 85, the top left-hand corner, there's that kind of doorway?
mhm,
Yes?
yes,
Okay, that doorway, does that doorway lead to the elevator area?
it does.
And do you see like the top of the door frame at the bottom left of State's Exhibit 85?
Yes,
Is that around or close to where Mr. Wright and whoever he lived with, is that near their door?
yes,
And would they have lived on that side, which is on, I'm looking at the exhibit, the left side, or the right side where you can see the blue door?
on the left side.
Okay, so their apartment would have been on the wall that we're seeing at the bottom left-hand corner of State Exhibit 85?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
And did you live on directly the other side?
yes,
And how many apartments, I guess, if you see Mr. Forte in State Exhibit 85, is he running in the direction towards your apartment?
yes.
And you said, how far is your apartment from the stairs that Mr. Forte would get into?
I want to say probably, it's not far.
Okay,
It's not far. I don't want to say feet. I don't want to say like 100 feet, but it wasn't far.
from where you, so obviously you lived there for a number of months, right?
Yes,
From where Mr. Forte is standing in State Exhibit 85, you walked that exact route, right?
yes. Sometimes I go the elevator way, or sometimes I take the stairs because it's closer to my house. The stairs are,
It's very for you.
yeah. Mhm.
Where Mr. Forte is standing, do you believe from, you taking that route sometimes that you could see your apartment complex or your apartment door?
Yes.
Nothing further than me, Director Honor.
Ms. Fagan, do you have questions for Ms. Parks?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, morning.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Okay. Now, you, how long have you been with CT?
On and off, maybe 6 years.
On and off for 6 years?
Yes.
And when you were with CT, how long had he been friends with Mr. Forte?
They had been friends for a minute. I can't say exactly how long, but they had been friends for a minute.
A minute, like a year, 2 years, 3 years?
Couple
2
years.
months?
Couple years.
Okay.
I think they was friends before I met CT. I don't know. I just knew they was friends for a minute.
Now, had you ever had conversations with Smoke where he indicated he had any issues with CT?
No,
Were you aware of any reason for him to confront CT?
no.
Now, in this case, first and foremost, do you see the video? Is there a video in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, and on that video, can you tell me how long that video is?
6 minutes and 26 seconds.
And has anyone shown you this video?
No.
Now, you see the fan moving, correct?
Yes.
At the end of that hallway is where your apartment is, correct? There's
Yes.
stairs, but your apartment's to the left.
Yes.
At the end of that hallway, do you see two individuals?
Yes.
It's like just black dots, basically,
Yes.
heads.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And they, from this direction of the camera, they are actually on the stairs, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you know Smoke to carry a firearm? Have you ever seen him with a gun?
I have.
And what color was that gun that you've seen him?
I can't recall.
Okay. Let me show you an exhibit. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 78.
Yes.
You recognize him with this
Yes.
gun? And would he carry this gun on his right hip?
I don't know. I just seen it on him. I don't know exactly which side or where.
How often would you see him?
Often
Would it be in passing or to hang out?
passing.
Okay. So not just hanging out, you just
No.
would see him. When you would see him, would you see him when you would leave your apartment?
Yes.
And when you would see him, would you be seeing him if you were going down the elevator or going down the stairs?
Both really. Either when I'm leaving out or coming in, I may run into him.
And would he frequent the stair area often that you would see him?
Mm-hmm.
Yes or no for the court reporter, sorry.
Yes.
And now when the day of the incident, were you aware of any reason for Smoke to confront CT?
No.
Okay, when you spoke with CT, did he ever tell you that Smoke confronted him?
Am I after the incident?
Yes.
Yes, he did say something like that.
Did he tell you that he argued with him on the stairs for 5 minutes?
No, object to hearsay.
This is what,
Defendant said to her.
okay.
Your Honor, I would argue it's similarly situated to Ms. Forte's testimony.
So you don't get to elicit what your client said. The state gets to, but you don't.
Okay. Did you, have you ever seen anything, have you ever seen Smoke ever confront CT?
No.
Now, in this video, you never actually saw when Smoke left his apartment and ended up on that stairwell, right?
Right.
The video begins when they're already on the stairs, correct?
Correct.
And is this where no one could smoke in your apartment, right?
Correct.
And is this where people would smoke over by the stairs?
Correct.
Now, were you aware that Smoke had a Ring camera?
Yes.
Okay. And when I'm just trying to let these 5 minutes still go by, the entire time that we've been talking, there's still an argument happening on the stairs, right?
We object to
Correct.
speculation. So this witness thought there's an argument happening on the stairs.
Okay, sustained.
Can you, do you have an opinion of what you see in the confrontation on that stairwell?
I'm gonna object to the characterizing as a confrontation as relates to this witness. She wasn't there.
The video shows what it shows. Next question.
I'm gonna allow the video to finish playing.
Okay.
Do you recognize that to be Mr. Forte?
Yes.
Do you recognize the other two individuals there?
If I'm not mistaken by the body posture, CT is on the left and is that Smoke on the right?
So you don't get to ask. If you can't tell, you can't tell. If you can say, I know who this is.
Yes.
Now, in this process, right here, is this your apartment there?
Yes, because I had like the second door when you come up the steps on the right.
Did smoke cigarettes?
I don't recall. I know he smoked marijuana. I don't know about cigarettes.
All right, I paused the video. When I paused the video, Mr. Forte is walking back towards the elevator at this moment, correct?
Correct.
And at this moment, do you see a gentleman on the right?
Correct.
And who do you know who that is?
The one on the right, correct. Yes.
Who's the one on the right?
Smoke.
And the one in the middle, who is that?
CT.
Okay, and the one on the right, can you see the posture of his right arm?
Yes.
Okay, and what area is his right arm in?
It looks as if he's going in his pockets.
All right, I paused the video again. Where's his right arm now?
I honestly can't tell, but it looks like it's like on his hip or something like that.
Did you see that, now you just testified that Street has been walking towards the elevator. Do you see Street turning around at this point?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
At this point, have you seen CT pull any firearm out?
No.
Now you see Street walking back and waving his arms, right? Now I'm gonna rewind. Can you keep your eye in this section right here? Okay, do you see something black right there
Yes.
on the ground?
Yes.
I'm gonna rewind a couple seconds and tell me if what that item is there. Okay. Now, while Smoke was still standing, was that item on the ground?
No.
As he fell, is that item now on the ground?
Yes.
As he fell, is that item now on the ground?
Yes.
Do you know what that item was?
You know why it's also not going to be self-defense? So he's down. Sir, Mr. Forte, he's already running up the hall like, yo, I'm out. Homeboy, Mr. CT, stands there and shoots him 5 more times because they said he got shot 6 times. So one time you've already disarmed him. His gun is far away. You could have actually, in the same moment, kicked his gun further down the hall and he would have been unable to reach a weapon, all of those things. That's why it's not going to be self-defense. It's not self-defense. That's why Abate in the opening statements focused on the 6 shots because it's too, one shot he probably could have got away with it, especially if he would have kicked his gun out the way and called for help and said, "Look, I was attacked. And the person who attacked me is he's got a shot to whatever and he's got a gun out here." Okay? Furthermore, Mr. Cordarra, he went off to a hotel and was hiding with Boothang for several days. So there is it's giving LWAP to me.
So don't show her a picture and ask her what it is. You can just ask her what it is. She'll tell you if she knows.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 54. Can you see what that item was?
Yes,
And what is it?
the pink gun.
Thank you. Nothing further, John.
Any redirect?
The video that is begging to show you, do you, person you said was Tay, remember that you said he.
Yeah, Sherry, Your Honor seems like he's having to do training with her. Like it's not giving experienced. And maybe that's her tactic. I don't want to be disrespectful because she obviously has a license, but at the end of the day, it's just giving what it's giving.
Was on the side closest to, is that a wall behind him?
Yes, it's like a wall. You come up the stairs. I want to say it's a door. I actually can't remember if it's a wall or is it the apartment that's right there.
Okay, but there's a door or wall, something
There's
that's
something, right?
behind, Mr. Wright, correct?
Right, correct.
And, Mr. Tuitt, the defendant, he was in the area that was kind of open free, that was towards your apartment, right?
Correct.
And at any point in the video that you just saw, did you see, while you were watching with your eyes, did you see, Mr. Wright pull a gun?
No, I didn't.
Nothing further.
Any recross?
No, yeah.
Questions from the jurors? Seeing none. Ms. Parks, thank you for your time. You're free to go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for lunch. It's noon, and we're going to try to start up as close to 1 as we can. Same situation as before. Don't talk about the case during the break. No outside research. Feel free to get out of the building. You can bring your. All right. Well, if you don't have anything else, Mr. Morris, you're free to go. Any questions?
No, I don't have none.
All right. Can he go? This week, my staff had scheduled a bunch of other calendars. And so there are litigants in criminal and civil S to try to trial back in. I couldn't move from this week. With them, we've worked kind of hand in hand. We
And how long have you been employed by?
This week, my staff criminal doing one of the calendars was at 1 today, and it took longer to get.
For
With them, we've worked kind of hand in hand the whole time.
role and job responsibility, role and job.
It's just a scheduling situation that we've run into. With that, we're going to continue forward with the state's case, and I'll ask one of the prosecutors to call the next witness.
They call Investigator David Kenneth.
Straight from your right hand. You swear affirm that testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Lawyer, I see you. Can you state, spell your name for the record?
Detective David Canup, DAVID, Atlanta Police Department.
Hey, good afternoon, sir. Can you tell the jurors how you were currently employed, sir?
Yes, with the City of Atlanta Police Department Fugitive Unit. I'm also attached to the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force.
Okay. And how long have you been employed by the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Just past 19 years.
And you said you're currently assigned to the Fugitive Task Force,
Yes, that's correct.
the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, that's correct.
How long have you been with that?
I've been with the Atlanta Fugitive Unit for over 5 years, and I've been attached to the U.S. Marshals Task Force for a little over 2.
Can you tell the jurors a little bit about your role and job responsibility as being a member of the Fugitive Task Force here?
Yes, so our unit is responsible for any violent felonies, murder, rape, robbery, all the violent felons that come through Atlanta cases. Once the primary detectives obtain arrest warrants for any individuals, those warrants are passed to us, and it's our responsibility to locate and apprehend those individuals.
And as it relates to your work with the United States Marshals Task Force, a similar position and job responsibility and duties?
Yes, very similar. Sometimes Atlanta cases where we also, on that end, we work cases where crimes are committed, other cities, other states where they've fled here, and we locate and apprehend them on this end.
How long have you also worked with the U.S. Marshals Task Force, Fugitive Task Force?
I've worked with them. We've worked kind of hand in hand the whole time I've been in fugitive, but actually being assigned to the task force, I've been assigned to the task force for a little over 2 years.
Okay. Can you explain to the jurors how you receive or assigned or are assigned cases as it relates to different fugitives like the crimes you just described?
Yes, definitely. On the task force side, the cases that come in from out of state, if it's in the Atlanta area, it's assigned to one of the Atlanta task force officers. As far as Atlanta case, if the crime occurs in Atlanta, there's a rotation through all the fugitive investigators with the Atlanta PD fugitive unit. So those cases are rotated throughout the internal department.
And back in August of 2022, were you assigned a lead investigator as it related to a fugitive packet for Cordarra Tuitt?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors when you receive a fugitive packet, one of those, what is that, and what are your first steps?
So we get a file containing the arrest warrants, as much background information as possible, driver's license information. Sometimes there's additional contact information, maybe friends or family or significant other, different sources of information. So once we get that, we verify that the warrants are flagged on the system, that that person is showing that they are wanted, and that that warrant's valid. Once we do that, we go through the file, we look at the incident report, see if there's anything from the crime. Some of them are DV related, some of them are complete strangers. So depending on the type of crime, it could maybe lead you to another avenue to look for that individual. But so we comb that file and see what information from that file that can lead us to the current location of that individual.
And as part of receiving the fugitive packet, do you make contact with any potential other law enforcement, either officers or jurisdictions asking or attempting to get information?
Yes, there's definitely several occasions where we're in contact with multiple agencies, especially depending on the background of the person, if they're from another jurisdiction or believed to be in another jurisdiction. We frequently contact other jurisdictions.
And at other times, you make contact with the fugitive's family or friends in order to attempt to obtain information about the location or whereabouts of any specific fugitive you're looking for.
Yes, definitely. Not necessarily every case, but yes, there are occasions where we reach out to family and friends. And
Other times that you actually attempt to reach out to the fugitive themselves in order to obtain a location.
Sometimes it's a very, very slim occasion. A lot of the individuals that we're looking for know that they have a warrant and are attempting to avoid apprehension. So it's very select cases where we can actually reach out directly to the wanted individual to get them to come in. A lot of times that can end up in them furthering their fleeing attempt.
Now, specifically as it relates to this case involving Cordarra Tuitt, can you explain to jurors, once you receive that packet, generally the first step that you took in attempting to identify the location of the defendant?
Yes, we go to the most current up-to-date address we have for them. We normally check that, whether it's a house, apartment, check any kind of open source data, any other sources, sources of information, whether it be a family, a friend. We check all those things and check out the most recent place. In this particular case, it was an apartment complex, and according to management, they were already in the process of getting out. We verified some information as far as names that were associated with the apartment, and then went on to the next step of seeing where they left, where they were going once they left that location.
And you attempt to ascertain different cell phone numbers and things of that nature as it relates to the fugitive.
Yeah.
Looking for, and if those numbers changed over that time.
Yeah, it could be cell phone numbers, utility bills, social media. There's all kinds of things that we look for to try to figure out their next step.
That's something you did here as it relates to this fugitive at your next steps.
Yes, it is.
And were you able to determine, or your investigation, did you see that during the time period from when you were assigned in the middle of August up until when you were able to make an arrest of the defendant changed his phone number several times?
Yes.
Okay. And through your investigation and through any leads from speaking with family members, friends, or other law enforcement officers, were you able to get a lead in September as it relates to the defendant's location?
Yes, we did get a lead on a particular area, and that's where we focused on the next step of our investigation.
Seven jurors, where was that area that your lead led you to?
Yeah, it was the area of like Virginia Avenue, Bobby Brown, Norman Berry Drive, that whole area. So we focused our attention there during surveillance. One of our team members, I believe they observed the fugitive in the area. There's several hotels in the area. I believe he observed him walking towards a particular one. We followed up on that information, made contact with some of the hotels, reviewed surveillance footage, confirmed what we believe that the individual was at a particular hotel with a female that he was known to be with. And so then we focused our attention there and were able to identify the specific room number.
And the hotel you referred to, is that the Hyatt Place, the Atlanta Airport North location?
Yes, that's correct.
That kind of the East Point area?
Yeah, I believe that does fall in East Point.
All right, and can you tell the jurors on September 8th, 2022, can you describe to the jurors the first steps that you took before your initial attempts to apprehend the defendant?
So we, of course, we got assistance from other Atlanta PD personnel. We called East Point PD out to be out there with us. When we I'd already made contact with management and staff there, so we already confirmed all that information. Secured a search warrant for the room, and we served the warrants at that particular room.
Okay, and can you describe to jurors the first steps you took at the places then you serve the warrants and making contact?
Yes, we surrounded the location, as we always do. We surround and we have certain people designated for certain areas to cover routes of escape. The entry team approached the particular room. We knock, announce ourselves as police, announce that we have a warrant, and we attempt to call that individual out to us for safety reasons.
After taking the steps you just described, were you able to apprehend and arrest the defendant Cordarra Tuitt?
Yes, Mr. Tuitt did open the door, identified himself as Mr. Tuitt. He complied with lawful commands and was taken into custody.
Person that you took into custody and were assisted by the members of your team, do you see Mr. Tuitt in the courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
Who would identify him by an article of clothing at the area of the courtroom he's seated in?
Right over here to my right with the glasses and black shirt.
Okay. Now, once you were able to apprehend or take the defendant in custody, did you take him to APD headquarters?
Yes, he was placed into a transport vehicle and transported to APD headquarters.
Once once the arrest is made, does that complete your part of the investigation as relates to the fugitive packet you received on this defendant's credential?
Yes, our only focus is just the location and apprehension of the individual. So we really don't have anything to do with the actual investigation into the crime or any further investigation into the crime afterwards.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time.
No problem.
Ms. Fagan, questions for Investigator Kenneth?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You didn't have any involvement in the actual shooting incident in this case, though, as far as investigating it.
Correct. No involvement in the actual investigation.
And when you did arrest my client, you indicated he complied.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, you're.
Sure. Questions? Seeing none. Thank you, sir, for your time. Sorry we didn't fit you in before lunch.
No problem. Thank you.
All right. Next witness.
They call investigator, now Sergeant Raquel James.
Raise your hand, so go.
I do.
Go ahead now, see. Can you say this clearly and the record?
My name is Sergeant Raquel Johnson. That's RACKELLA. Johnson, JOHNSON.
Say, good afternoon, Sergeant Johnson. Can you tell the jurors how you currently employed?
Yes, I'm currently employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department as a sergeant
And how long have you worked with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
for 12 years now.
Okay. And your current assignment is sergeant in what area or zone of the Atlanta?
I work for the aggravated assault unit. I'm assigned to the aggravated assault unit.
Okay. And does the aggravated assault unit, do they work all areas of the city?
Correct. We service all areas of the city.
Prior to your employment as a sergeant in the aggravated assault unit, can you tell the jurors where within the City of Atlanta Police Department were you assigned?
Prior to being assigned to the aggravated assault unit, I was in the field operations division as a supervisor, supervising officers who responded to 911 calls.
And during your 12 years with the City of Atlanta Police Department, were you a member of the homicide unit?
I was, yes.
Tell the jurors, how many years were you employed with the homicide unit?
I was on homicide for 14 months.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about the training that you received in order to work in the homicide unit?
Yes. So I have over 2,000 hours of training hours that cover a plethora of different subjects, but specifically for homicide, you have to attend I think it's an 80-hour block of a homicide class, in addition to, search and seizure, arrest procedures, things of that nature. So I've taken a little bit of everything.
And can you explain to the jurors, the member of the unit, what your job responsibilities and duties are generally as a member of homicide unit? I know it sounds obvious.
No, so essentially, while I worked for the homicide unit, I was in the rotation where I responded to homicides within the confines of Fulton County, the city of Atlanta. So we're basically in a rotation. So when it was my turn to get the next case, I was number one, and then I would respond out to the scene.
And can you tell the jurors, how are you, when you're number one, how are investigators in that unit assigned as the lead investigator for any specific case that comes up or comes out of the City of Atlanta Police Department as a homicide?
How are they assigned to the cases? So essentially, we all take turns. So at the time, it was approximately I'm gonna say 17 of us. So, like I was previously explaining, when it's your turn, you just go, in chronological order, 1, 2, 3, like you catch a case, say you're number one, you get the next homicide. When you get that case, you go back to the bottom of the rotation and then so on and so forth.
And back on August 7th, 2022, were you a member of that unit?
I was.
And were you number one on the rotation?
I was.
Villagers, were you, did you get a call to respond to the area of 1314 Donnelly Howell Parkway here in Atlanta, Georgia?
I did, yes.
Is that location a business, an apartment, do you recall?
It is an apartment complex.
Okay, and what area of the city is that apartment complex in?
That's in the northwest quadrant of the city of Atlanta. So it's kind of it's on Donnelly Hollowell. It runs right there. It's right there off of Northside Drive, if y'all are familiar with that area. They're doing a lot of new building over there right now. It's by the MARTA station and Maddox Park, if you're familiar with those landmarks.
Near Bankhead?
It's on Bankhead,
Okay.
yes.
And can you tell the jurors that that apartment complex, is that here within the confines of Fulton County?
It is, yes.
And can you tell the jurors when you arrived, what were the first steps that you took when you arrived at the scene?
So as the primary lead detective, some of the first steps that I would do when arriving on scene is I would want to be debriefed by the primary officers. So all of the officers who were there on scene, who secured the scene prior to my arrival, I would want to be debriefed by them to gather whatever information that they've gathered for me so that I can start my preliminary investigation. And then from there, they would just walk me through all the evidence that they've located thus far prior to my arrival.
And when you arrived, can you tell the jurors approximately how many other officers, whether it be first responding or other members of your unit that were on scene assisting in the initial investigation of the homicide?
How many other detectives that were there assisting me?
Yes.
From what I recall, my supervisor was there, and I wanted to say at least 3 other detectives were there with me as well, who were members of the homicide team.
Now, in the screen before you, as it relates to 6 of the 7, is this the location that you arrived to?
Correct.
Okay. And in State's Exhibit 8, this is the front entrance as you enter into, I guess, the entranceway of the Parkside Apartments.
Correct.
And you see the second building at the far back end, kind of in the middle of right side of State's Exhibit 9.
Yes, I do.
And is that the building, that the 2000 building?
Correct.
And is that the area that you responded to as it relates to the person shot and killed on August 7th, 2022?
Yes.
Correct. Now, I guess walk the jurors through the next steps that you take as you begin to investigate after getting up to speed from people who had arrived prior to your arrival.
Yes, so once I'm on scene and I've been debriefed by the officers, basically, I want to see what the next necessary investigative steps are. So that's whether that's canvassing for additional eyewitnesses, like knocking on apartment doors, seeing, what any tenants or residents would have heard, any altercations, or anything like that, just getting information from them, as well as being walked through, like I said, all the evidence that's already there, trying to see if we can locate new evidence that we haven't already located, as well as checking to see if the location has surveillance cameras, and then how we can immediately access those cameras.
And as part of that process, are you also attempting to identify potential witnesses who may have seen or heard anything?
That is correct. Can
you explain to the jurors in the 12 years that you've worked with the City of Atlanta Police Department, some not being in the homicide unit, can you talk to the jurors about, based on your experience, witnesses wanting to cooperate or speak with the police?
Most people, I would say 9 times out of 10, they're not willing to cooperate. with law enforcement in regards to, well, working any type of, crime, basically, especially a violent crime such as a homicide. So we do run into obstacles with that. However, once in a while, you do get someone who they don't mind giving their information. But a lot of the times we do run into witnesses who are willing to give us information. However, they do not want their identity to be revealed. They would like to keep themselves distanced from the investigation itself. However, they don't mind giving us the information that we need to further our investigation.
Okay, I want to show you state that it's 143 through 148. And who are those? Tell me if you recognize them.
You said 143 through 148?
Yes, sir, I do.
And how do you recognize that? What are states in this 143 through 148 photographs of?
Yes, so these are photographs of the 2000 building, essentially the parking lot entrance, the front entrance to the 2000 building, then the middle ingress egress of the building 2000, and then the rear stairwell of the 2000 building leading down, because it's the bottom part is built into a kind of a hill. So the bottom part of the building, the 2000 building, goes down to a terrace level. And then 147 is going to be the rear entrance. And then 148 is going to be the outside of the rear entrance, which is where the gazebo is.
And do the photographs in states if it's 143 through 148 fairly accurate depict the two entrances which you described for building 2000 back on August 7th of 2022?
They do.
Around that time, the state attendant was remarked to say if it's 143 through 148.
No objection.
They're admitted?
Now, I want to start with phase 143. Do you see kind of where the red car is in the middle states of 143?
I do.
Behind that, is that an entrance way into building 2000?
Yes.
And if you enter through the gates in states through 144, does that entranceway, is that an entrance into or onto the first floor of building 2000?
Correct.
And do you see kind of the lights at the end of State Exhibit 144, kind of in the middle, but at the top of State Exhibit 144?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, is that the other end of building 2000?
Correct. So not point.
Yes.
So what he's referring to is this wide area. This is the other end, but it's the rear part of the 2000 building.
Now, if you were to continue to walk straight in through State Exhibit 144, and we're looking at State Exhibit 145, is this what you did into on that first floor?
Correct.
And do you see at the right-hand side of that exhibit, the black railing at the far bottom end?
Yes,
You were to go down that set of stairs, does that take you to the terrace level?
that is correct.
And once you get down to the bottom, in State Exhibit 146, is this the terrace level exit at the back end of the building?
Correct, it is.
If you were to go through that door, does that lead you to the gazebo area that you described in the State Exhibit 148?
Correct.
And are those the main entrances on the two ends of the front of building 2000 and the back end of building 2000 there, gazebo?
Correct.
Now, prior to going through the steps you described in attempting to locate either witnesses, video surveillance, do you kind of walk the scene of the area with the crime scene techs and other detectives here, Detective Sendling, as it relates to the physical evidence when you arrive?
We do.
And is that something that you did here?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors where within building 2000 was the main focus of your investigation as related to this homicide?
Yes, so the primary area that I was concerned about was where the decedent was located on the third floor of the 2000 building near apartment 2305. He was directly in front of that location when we found him.
Okay, and when you found him, or was the decedent still present on the scene, in the land where he died?
Yes,
And can you tell the jurors, could you, through your observations, tell how many times he had been shot when he first arrived?
yes, he had been shot 6 times.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, while you're on scene, do members of the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office investigators arrive in order to process and photograph the body?
Yes, they do.
And can you tell the jurors after that occurred, with additional shell casings found underneath Mr. Ray, or the victim?
I don't recall if one was directly underneath him, but I do know that we located 6 spent shell casings.
Okay.
Yes.
And as a part of the homicides that you work, can you tell the jurors, is it common to have different detectives within that unit assist you with things like a crime scene sketch or interviewing witnesses as you're on scene working the crime scene and following any leads that you have found or are looking for?
Yes.
Is that something you utilize in this instance?
Yes.
And did you assign or ask Detective Semley to sketch or do the crime scene sketch as related to the scene and the victims that you described on the third floor?
I did.
Through your investigation, were you able to identify the identity of the deceased black man?
I did.
Tell the jurors, who were you able to ascertain or determine the shot deceased black man was?
Mr. Quintavious Wright?
Okay, and through your investigation, can you tell the jurors, were you able to determine if he lived in the Parkside Apartments?
Yes, I was able to make a determination that he actually lived a couple of apartments over from where he was found shot. He was in front of 2305. He lived in 2308.
And you said there were 6 spent shell casings that were found.
That is correct.
Tell the jurors what area of, I guess, the crime scene were they found?
Yes, so all 6 casings were directly, immediately around the decedent's body. So they were literally just between his arms, his legs, right, all next to his body.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you had arrived, I should ask this before, had the crime scene been secured?
It had. Mhm.
And can you explain to the jurors what that means, kind of the importance as it relates to your investigation and identifying potential evidence?
Yes, so essentially, what we mean by securing a crime scene is my officers who were there on scene, they would have taken crime scene tape and roped off the area in question that all of the main evidence is located. Well, any evidence anywhere in the apartment complex, the evidence would have been located. We would have had an officer take crime scene tape and rope it off to ensure the preservation of that evidence is, intact when we want to go and collect that, so that it hadn't been tainted or moved or anything like that.
Now, were you able to, I guess, when you arrived, were you able to speak to anybody on scene as it relates to the reason that you were investigating present at the Parkside Apartments?
Yes, I believe I spoke with several people. I know I was able to speak with his significant other, Miss James, as well as his mother. She actually lives in the adjacent building, in the 1000 building. I believe his mother lives. I believe I spoke with her on scene as well. A couple of his aunts arrived on scene shortly after finding out as well. I spoke with all of them.
Okay.
And maybe a few neighbors.
And at that point, and I don't know what they said, did anything that you learned as it related to the conversations you had with the individuals you just described? Did it lead you to any suspects as it related to your investigation?
I'm not 100% sure that I got any information on scene that would have kind of put me on the trail of who I'm looking for. However, I did locate good surveillance footage to point me in the right direction.
Okay, and kind of describe from Jerry, the next steps you took in order to obtain the surveillance footage that you just described.
Yes, so like I was saying, Miss James, his significant other, she did have some ring camera footage that caught the suspects as they ran away. So I did secure that, as well as the apartment complex. They actually had a great surveillance system as well. They had multiple cameras. I was able to pull most of the angles, the ones that were functioning. I was able to secure those as well.
Okay, and were you able to review all of that, I guess, footage that you just described on scene that day on August 7th, 2022, within the apartment complex, whether it be the leasing office or with Miss James?
I was able to review the most important angles. However, the additional angles, the ingress and egress cameras that would have captured people coming and going, I returned the following morning to obtain additional video footage.
Okay, and did you download yourself all the available footage as it related to either what Ms. James provided you or the access that the apartment complex provided you to their camera video surveillance footage or cameras?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors, and you're reviewing the video surveillance footage for the Parkside apartments and the different cameras, can you tell the jurors what you noticed as it related to the time that was displayed on the footage and the actual time you were able to ascertain from the 911 and CAD report, how they compared?
Yes, so essentially the DVR for Parkside Apartments, it was basically on standard time, but local time was actually daylight savings time. And most DVR systems, because we run into this all the time, they can't manually change. They don't automatically change, so they can't account for the daylight saving time. So naturally, when you would check the surveillance camera, the video footage, it would be an hour off. And so that was the situation we had here. The surveillance footage was an hour behind because local time, we were in daylight saving time.
Okay. Yep. Now, I want to show you what's already been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 4. Is it on the screen in front of you?
It is, yes.
Of course, it's not on the screen.
Deputy Gordon, can you do whatever you've done in the past to make those screens go on, please?
Why?
Hope it works.
Deputy Gordon is doing that because I'm cursed with the technology.
Yeah.
In the screen in front of you, is this one of the ring videos that Ms. James was able to provide to you from her ring doorbell?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you said after watching that video footage, were you able to identify any persons of interest or suspects as related to the homicide of Mr. Wright?
Yes,
Okay. And as it relates to the physical evidence that you found on scene, can you tell the jurors, did you locate on scene State's Exhibit 83?
yes, that's a firearm.
Okay. And this is the firearm that's not far from where Mr. Wright laid on the third floor of the 2000 building of the Parkside Apartments.
That's correct.
And in speaking with Ms. James, were you able to determine this was a firearm she owned?
That is correct.
Okay. And after receiving that information and getting the ring video surveillance, did you immediately go to the leasing office for the Parkside Apartments to review the camera footage that they may or may not have had?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors,
Should we call the IT folks, or normally you just press one button and it works?
Yeah, it's not working.
All right, Ms. Nelson, can you see if Mr. Dorsey or someone from IT can come down here, please? Thank you.
all right, in State's Exhibit 30, what did this?
So is nothing on either? Okay.
What State's Exhibit, you see State's Exhibit, are you?
I do.
Okay, and I'm gonna, so the old school animal pass State's Exhibit 30 round, jurors. In State's Exhibit 30, if you are looking at the, I guess, top of the left-hand side of the exhibit, do you see the kind of like bubble, black bubble in the ceiling?
Yes,
And can you tell the jurors, what is that?
that's a surveillance camera.
And in your review of the surveillance camera footage within the leasing office of the Parkside Apartments, were you able to determine if that camera right there kind of in front of the steps was operational?
Yes, so essentially that camera right there, which would have been the best angle for us to use for my investigation, that camera was not functional,
Okay.
unfortunately.
When you say not functioning, were you able to locate any footage that was recorded from that camera kind of closest to the stairs for August 7th, 2022?
No, I wasn't able to locate any video footage on that particular camera.
As you continue to look through the different cameras, I guess the footage that you received, did it total somewhere around the number of 70, 79 cameras?
Correct.
And did those, the cameras that you were able to get footage from and eventually review, did it kind of and capture, I guess, cameras from throughout all the different areas within the property?
Correct.
Then building 2000,
Correct.
within kind of the parking lot area surrounding building 2000 up to building 1000?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as you continued, I guess, to locate any footage that would assist your investigation, did you find other cameras in the same hallway that we were looking at, States Exhibit 30, further down from the steps walking towards what we'll describe and talked about earlier as the front entrance of building 2000?
That is correct.
And while hopefully Deputy Gordon will get it working, can you describe to the jurors the camera that you located, kind of what you could see and the distance from where you were able to determine the shooting occurred?
Yes, so the camera that I was able, the next nearest adjacent camera it was probably, and I'm estimating 30 feet away, 30 plus feet away. And that would be the next functional camera that I was able to locate that would have captured the incident. So that's the main camera that I utilized during my investigation.
Okay, and as we're working on getting it working, can you describe for the jurors, are there the cameras in the ceiling?
Correct, they are.
Okay, and you said it's approximately roughly 30 feet from where the shooting occurred?
Correct.
And at times, as you're watching the video footage, were you able to use different zoom features on whatever player you were watching it on to attempt to see details of the shooting closer up?
Correct.
You described to the jurors when you zoom in and when you use that feature, I guess what it does as it relates to specific, let's say, the people that you're looking at.
Yes, so essentially the media player that I was able to utilize, like he was describing, it has a zoom feature and you're able to zoom in on the incident that you're watching and you can slow it down and go frame by frame and to see details of the incident, basically. So you get a better idea of what transpired.
Can you turn the video on your computer on? Because it's showing that your video is not on, which means nothing should be going to those two screens.
Mine is definitely on.
Because on Zoom, it's just this, is your computer Adam Abadi in, or are you using Ms. Jones Connor's computer?
I'm using mine, but on Zoom, I unshared the Zoom.
But this is your screen right now. If I can't even put you on the screen because you're not sending video out of your.
They need to, I know they just upgraded some sharing upgrades. They just upgraded some of the platforms they use to share, like their video conferencing stuff. They need everyone to go to IT for an hour or two throughout the next week, because this is so distracting. Like, no one's perfect. So let me preface that, because someone's going to say, "Nah, nah, 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 nah." I'm just saying.
Your machine. There you go.
I just unplugged it.
You unplugged what?
The video.
Okay. Because there's no video feed coming out of your computer.
Well, I'm looking at that. Detective Johnson, when you zoom in, can you describe to the jurors, obviously you see more details, but can you describe to the jurors how does it distort, I guess, objects or people as it relates to what you're looking at?
In this particular video footage, it didn't distort any of the images. Sometimes if the video is not of a good quality, when you zoom in, it can kind of get pixelated, but that wasn't the case in this situation. You actually were able to see what transpired. So we were able to kind of ascertain a better idea of what happened.
Okay. And when you zoomed in, did it improve, I guess, the quality of the images? Was it, I guess, really clear 4K footage, or did it, was it grainy as you zoomed further in?
Yeah, so it's definitely not 4K. However, it wasn't super pixelated where you just couldn't tell at all what's happening.
So we've asked for IT to come. I don't know if that'll help.
There we go.
Hi. Hey, Mr. Dorsey. Your pupil is struggling.
Ooh.
Now it's working.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey, coming through the secret door.
Oh, it's working.
Well, yes, stay for a few seconds so that when he breaks it again, you're here.
Oh, man. Or they need to just make a cheat sheet. Like, they need to have a video conferencing cheat sheet. Like if you're trying to do this with lots of pictures. Somebody in training and development needs to make a very user-friendly user guide that is on like a laminated something that's sitting on the desk. So they know exactly what to do. So this guy right here in the white shirt, this is Mr. Forte who testified yesterday. He was the one who kept saying to his friend who's sitting at the table, yo, it's not worth it. Let's get out of here. You know, the police are all up in here. Da, 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 da. Like, let's get out of here. And as he was arguing with Mr. Quintarius, and the argument continued to escalate, and then here we are. So this is Mr. Forte yesterday, which explains, I mean, he's in handcuffs and he's in Fayette County, but that's a whole separate thing. He doesn't have any charges for this. He's lucky because honestly, he could have gotten a what is that called? We saw that in, it was it not principal, but to a crime, but what was it? Party to a crime. He could have, you know, you never know. It's all up to the arresting and the detective, the arresting officers and detectives, but he could have had a situation himself. He's very lucky. And maybe because he provided a proffer. So we'll see. Look, but the whole time he's running off. The whole time he's running off. Let's go. Da, da, da. You know, he's trying to get out of there, not any more trouble. And then Mr. Cordaro is so pissed. He sits over there and shoots Quintarius 6 times.
Three minutes, maybe just wait around. Let him do it on his own.
When you.
Then you can go. I'll get you out that way.
Is this one of the first videos that you received and reviewed from Ms. James?
Correct, it is.
And what did you do, I guess, with the images you were able to see and ascertain as it relates to the individual who was dressed in the white shirt and the other individual who had the kind of army fatigue shirt and pants, shorts?
So I basically took still shots of the ring camera footage as well as my from the surveillance footage from the apartment, and then I sent that over to the media.
Okay. And once you did that, you sent it over to the media, what was done with the still shots that you were able to take immediately from the ring camera that Ms. James provided?
After I sent it to the media?
Yes.
I was able, and then, so with the media, I got Crime Stopper tips in on helping me to identify the people of interest. And then I took those photos and I took them to people who intimately know these individuals and had them help me confirm their identification.
Okay.
Basically.
And as it relates to the individual in white that we saw at when the video started, can you tell the jurors, were you able to determine the identification of that male?
Yes, that was Mr. Laquinton Forte.
Okay.
Can you play another video or are you done? I mean, we're making Mr. Dorsey wait to see if you could get another one to go.
I'll play another video.
Thanks. I mean, have it be relevant to the case.
From State Exhibit 4, 6105, that ring video.
So that's not going to the rest of us.
I hadn't Zoom shared it yet. I just wanted me to make sure.
I would like you to share one where we can all see it while these guys are still here. So if it doesn't work, they'll be able to show you what buttons to press. Please.
Is that another video that you were able to get from Ms. James?
Yes.
Okay. I think we're good.
Thank you both for coming down here.
So in a second, Ms. Jones Connor is going to put up Stacy
Stay in the same time zone?
Yeah.
Thanks.
84 or 85. And is that an example of one of the still shots that you released through the media in an attempt to identify Mr. Laquinton Forte?
That is correct.
Okay. And so from State Exhibit 5, were you able to look at kind of a compilation video as it relates to Mr. Wright's, I guess, travel and movement through the Parkside Apartments?
I have.
Okay, and is it just different videos from different angles of the video surveillance that you reviewed, kind of combined for ease of access?
That's correct.
Okay, is that what we're looking at here on the screen from State Exhibit 5, where it says video surveillance compilation?
Correct.
And this first compilation is it about 13 minutes long?
That is correct.
Now, do you see it around 12, 24, 48? Do you see the female that just walked out of the apartment at the far end of the hallway?
Yes,
Is that the same person that you spoke to that day, Ms. James?
that is.
Okay. While we're watching what's on the screen, you see where it says, we talked, it says 12:24 when Ms. James is walking away. Now on the screen, it's 12:25. Is this an example of what you meant as it relates? It's an hour behind, and it's really 1:25.
Correct. The timestamp is actually 1:25.
What's going on play? For time purposes, I'm gonna skip it forward to 12:28 as it relates to the timestamp in this video compilation. Okay. So I'll start at 12:27:51. Can you tell the jurors when you see anyone enter into the screen based on your investigation, who you're able to determine that was?
Yes, that's the decedent.
Okay.
Mr. Wright.
Is that the decedent leaving his apartment 2308?
That is correct.
And the angle that we're looking at as Mr. Wright walks down the hallway, the far end of the exhibit, can you tell the jurors that end, if we back it up, was that leading towards, I guess, the front entrance of if you were to walk all the way down past the elevator, but that leads you towards the front side of the building.
That is correct.
And the angle that we're looking at here that switches is this angle, the victim continuing to walk down the hallway towards the back side of the building that you described, kind of near where the gazebo was on that area.
That's correct.
And I want to stop it 4 minutes and 4 seconds into the video. Do you see as the victim walked going towards the stairs, another individual came out of the apartment to the left?
Yes, that's the defendant.
Okay. And in your review of the video, as the victim walked out, did he go towards that apartment?
No,
Did it appear that he even looked over towards that apartment to get anybody's attention?
no,
Did it appear that as the victim walked past the apartment kind of near 2303, that the defendant then immediately came out of his doorway area or his apartment?
yes, essentially.
Now, the area that they're walking down, is that the stairs that we talked about as relates to the back entrance of building 2000?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to stop for a second. Do you recall when we were speaking a few seconds ago that when Mr. Wright was walking down the hallway and the defendant kind of met him in front of, as he approached the stairs, we were about 4 minutes and 4 seconds into the video?
Yes.
And at this point, can you see either Mr. Wright or the defendant on the video?
No.
And as we kind of sat here watching the video, at any point yet have you seen Mr. Wright or Mr. Tuitt come back up the stairs?
I have not.
Okay. Bless you. And as we are watching the video, I'm going to stop for a second at 7 minutes and 56 seconds into this clip. Do you see Mr. Forte coming up the stairs?
That's correct.
And the apartment that he just entered based on your investigation and being at the scene, is that the apartment that belonged to, or that Mr. Tuitt, the defendant, was living in?
That's correct.
That's apartment 2303?
It is apartment 2303.
Now, where do we see Mr. Forte going in this part of the video?
It's basically just Mr. Forte just going back down the stairs towards the terrace level.
Mhm. Now, I want to stop it at 8 minutes and let's say 9 minutes, 8 minutes and 59 seconds. Do you see Mr. Wright coming up the same stairs that he came down?
Yes.
And is he coming up with anybody else or is he alone?
He's alone.
Okay. And if he went down there, 4 minutes and 4 seconds into the video clip, like we saw when the defendant and Mr. Wright kind of intercepted each other. We're at 9 minutes now. Is that roughly he was down with the defendant, Mr. Forte, and whoever else for roughly a little over 5 minutes?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, do you see, as we stop at 9 minutes and 16 seconds, the kind of freeze frame, the victim, Mr. Wright?
That is correct.
Do you see in front of his pants kind of a pink object?
Yes. And
Okay.
a couple of
And-
angles you see.
And that pink object, is that consistent with the gun that you found on the scene back on August 7th of 2022 when you arrived?
Yes, the firearm belonging to Miss James.
Okay, and this is roughly a little after 12:30, so 12:33 that afternoon, according to the video surveillance footage, but really 1:33 p.m.
That is correct.
And on the screen in front of you, is this the other angle that's towards the front entrance of Building 2000?
Correct.
Detective, if you hit the stay muted button, that will disappear. You're welcome to look at either screen, but that should make that screen easier for you if you don't want to twist.
Thank you. You're
You're
on.
welcome.
Can you tell the jurors, as you're looking on the screen and we've stopped at 9 minutes and 43 seconds into the actual clip, what time is it on the timestamp and in real time?
Yes, so the timestamp says 12:33 and 36 seconds. However, the actual local time would have been 1:33 and 36 seconds.
So at 1:33 p.m. is that Mr. Wright going back into his apartment, 2308?
That is correct.
And while we're watching the video, based on your investigation, your receiving of the CAD report, did 911 get called roughly around a little after 1:56, 1:58 that afternoon?
That's correct. The CAT report stated it was 13 hours and 58 minutes, which is 1:58 yes, sorry.
And here, where timestamp's 12:34 on the video, but really 1:34 in the afternoon. Do you see Mr. Wright after he exited his apartment for the second time at the elevator landing area of the third floor?
Yes,
And from your review of the video, does he use the elevator and go down several floors?
he does.
And can you tell the jurors which floor does he exit the building as he goes down the elevator?
I believe it was 2. Whatever the floor is that takes him directly out to the parking lot.
And do you see in the screen before you where 11 minutes, 28 seconds into?
It's the terrace level.
Okay.
Sorry.
And the next angle that we're looking at on the screen at 12:35 or 1:35 p.m. is that Mr. Wright exiting that terrace level.
Correct.
And is this another camera angle of Mr. Wright exiting from that terrace level, but from above?
Correct.
And what area, based on your investigation, is that kind of led out to?
To the rear.
Okay, and you see in the middle of the screen, kind of looks like a greenhouse type looking thing, but I would call it, I think it's the mail.
Yes,
you see in
the
middle?
gazebo where they keep the mail boxes. Yes. I'm gonna call it gazebo because I don't know what else to call it.
Not a greenhouse, though.
And at 12:44:05 in the 1000A side parking lot camera, do you see the victim traveling around the not greenhouse but gazebo?
Yes,
Okay, and as he's traveling, can you tell the jurors, is he walking towards that front entrance of building 2000?
he is.
I want to stop the video here. I want to show you. And on this camera angle that's labeled D26 on State's Exhibit 5, is this an angle that you're looking out towards the parking lot from that front entrance, that first floor entrance of Building 2000?
Yes.
And for the record, I'm going to fast forward to 7 minutes and 5 seconds into this video clip. And at the 7-minute mark of D26 camera angle, do you see the victim as he rounds the corner, as we just saw, kind of from the bird's eye view from the 1000A side parking lot area?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the window of the gray vehicle kind of roll down and an exchange, or what appears to be an exchange between Mr. Wright and the young lady in the back?
Yes, I do.
And through your investigation, were you able to determine that that car belonged to Miss Raquel James?
Correct.
picking back up at 12 minutes and 50 seconds into the compilation footage, you see again, Mr. Wright kind of turned the corner, going towards the entrance of building 2000.
Yes.
And as we look at this angle at 13 minutes and 5 seconds into this clip, can you describe for the jurors where in building 2000 are we after Mr. Wright has entered into that first front gate on the first floor?
This should be the terrace level. I can't tell.
So if you come in we talked earlier, the first, you come in the front entrance, you enter onto the first floor. Is that what you said earlier?
Yes.
And you see at the very end of the cliff before you.
Oh, the stairs, yes.
Okay. And if that leads you, because as you continue down through the hallway to the back end of the building where you can go up to level 2.
Correct.
Where you can go down the terrace level.
Yes, sorry.
And can you tell the jurors as Mr. Wright travels down the hallway of the first floor towards the back end of building 2000, what time is it?
It is now 12:46 PM, the timestamp, but actual local time is 1:46 PM.
And if I guess the initial interaction between the defendant and Mr. Wright occurred approximately 12:28, if you're looking at the timestamp, would you say it's been about 20 minutes?
Yes.
And as this clip comes to an end, did you see that Mr. Wright, he traveled up to the second floor or up the staircase?
Correct.
Now, I want to show you real fast. I want to go back to this D26 camera angle.
Can you share with us?
Yes.
Thanks.
Now, it's around 7 minutes and 13 seconds again in the clip for the D26, the front entrance of building 2000. As Mr. Wright turns in a second, do you see the same pink object in his pants?
Yes. You see the handle of what we believe to be the handgun.
Same location you saw it earlier at roughly 12:33.
Correct.
Hadn't moved.
Had not moved.
Okay. Now, as you talked earlier that you were able to get a footage from an angle on that third floor that was pointed towards 2303 in the staircase.
Correct.
All right. I want to show you. Right, should be on all the screens now. In this angle, are we looking at a close-up or a zoomed-in view of that back staircase we've been talking about that's closest to apartment 2303?
Correct, we are.
And the angle that we're looking at here, does this pick up where we left off on the compilation where Mr. Wright had walked down past through the first floor and up the stairs as it relates to the back end of the building near the gazebo?
Yes.
Okay. And here, as you're watching this, the first part of this angle on the third floor, do you see two individuals?
Yes.
And at this time, before anyone has moved up, are you able to make out or determine who they are, not being able to see their kind of clothing or any identifying characteristics?
At this moment, no, you're not able to ID who those individuals are.
And in all the footage that you watched, did any of the camera angles have sound?
No.
And as you continue to watch the footage in this clip, the male, if you're looking at the screen to the left, closest to the railing, were you able to, as we see now and as the footage continues, determine he had an actual shirt on?
Correct. An army fatigue shirt.
Is that the defendant?
That is the defendant.
And the individual that he is in front of, were you able to determine that's the victim, Mr. Wright?
Yes, correct.
And as you've been watching the video and you reviewed it back in August of 2022, as we're at this point in the video, did you see either Mr. Wright or Mr. Tuitt strike each other?
No.
Do anything, any form of physical contact, or have they just remained talking?
No, just talking.
And on the screen before you, in this clip, about 2 minutes and 48 seconds into this clip, do you see Mr. Forte enter the screen?
Yes, that's Mr. Forte that's standing at the top of the stairs.
And as we're watching the footage, as Mr. Wright and the defendant come up the stairs, was the defendant always in front of Mr. Wright as they traveled up the stairs?
Yes.
And as you watch the footage, can you describe to the jurors from watching both individuals as they talk, what you're seeing?
Yes, so essentially, this is the defendant and the deceased, and from what appears to me to be, an angry debate.
Is it the defendant or is it the victim who's making a lot of hand movements, who a few seconds ago was pointing towards the chest of Mr. Wright?
It would be, the defendant is using more of his hands versus, the decedent, Mr. Wright.
From watching the video, the clip that we're looking at now, and clips that we've watched further or earlier, was Mr. Forte also armed?
Yes. Yes, he was.
Now, were you able ever to determine, did you see the defendant as he went back after Mr. Wright is shot? Did you see him go and reach and take something from Mr. Wright's person?
Yes,
Were you ever able to determine what he took?
I was not.
And as the crime scene was processed and as the body had been processed by the medical examiner's office, were the victim's pockets emptied and things of that nature?
Yes,
And did the victim have marijuana as well as cash on his person?
he had cash and, yes, marijuana as well.
Now, as this clip ends, were you able to track where the defendant and Mr. Forte traveled after the shooting occurred?
I did.
And at any point as you watched the video, did you see the victim at all make any physical contact or aggressive movements with his hands towards the defendant?
I did not.
And can you tell the jurors, obviously you see kind of in the back, kind of diagonal ahead of where Mr. Wright lay shot, was that the gun?
Yes, this is the firearm right here that Mr. Wright had.
And prior to Mr. Wright being shot, had you seen that gun at all?
Only in his waistband.
And based on your actually able to see the body, where Mr. Wright kept his firearm in the front of his pants, was he shot in that very area?
Yes, he was.
And this first clip, angle D56, can you tell the jurors what we're looking at here?
We're looking at a cone. Is it?
The judge is hilarious. He says we're looking at a cone.
You've been on a pretty good roll.
The judge is hilarious.
I don't think it's ringing.
Yeah, if you hear a gunshot, I don't know if you should open the door. The doors didn't open, but I guarantee you people were logging into their phones, looking at their Ring cameras, and maybe looking out their peepholes. So, yeah, I mean, that apartment complex seemed to be pretty active. I'm going to just say it like that. It's giving
Should be on
very
all screens again. Is this the
very
angle that's,
active. I'm
camera
going to be
points
honest, I
towards,
couldn't live there.
where
They had too much going on. Way too much. Good morning, everybody. If you're just coming in, we're on day 2 in real time. Day 3 is going on right now, but we have managed to catch up on 2 days of testimony in less than 1 day because that's how we do. Okay. Day 2 is almost over. There's going to be some more interesting testimony, but it's almost like this when they are doing the interrogation, you almost need an interpreter. I'm not going to lie. They're speaking to the accused, Mr. Cordarra Tuitt. Every time I say his name, I think ain't nothing to it but to do it. But they're gonna take like a little break and stuff like that. But we possibly will be caught up by lunchtime. I don't know if we're gonna continue. I feel like we might take a break. And if you guys want to do something, maybe we can do something after we catch some air, depending on what time that is. And that could be like 5, 6 o'clock tonight. You know what I'm saying? Like later. Take a little breaky break. Okay. And then pivot and get caught up on the rest of the goings on later. And get caught up on 3 because I don't think I wouldn't be surprised if they don't put on a defense. Does anyone think that they're going to put on some witnesses in a defense? I'm not going to be surprised if there's no defense. It's giving no defense to me, but you guys tell me what you think. That's the vibe I'm getting. That they're going to possibly, you know, this is what we've seen lately. Seems to be the trend. When we watch cases in Fulton County, it's like, oh yeah, the defense is good. We're good. We're gonna just summarize in our closing. Thank you. Okay, let's keep going. Get your snack. Go warm up your coffee. Okay. And the interesting thing to me, I know seeing some of this is a little bit interesting because sometimes we don't get to see this stuff. Seeing it from the judge's Zoom, we get to see the things that, you're kind of like, oh, they must be showing some crime scene photos. Well, guess what? You get to see some crime scene photos, okay? So that's what it's giving at this moment. So I feel I enjoy this perspective because sometimes we don't get to see all that.
All right, the video should now be on all screens. Is this approximately 1:53 on the video surveillance that's pointed towards, I guess, the elevator?
Yes,
Okay. And do you see, you saw on the other angle, the defendant and Mr. Forte run in that direction? Does this pick up where they ran from?
yes,
Is that what we're seeing here at approximately 1:53 and 36 seconds?
that's correct.
Roughly 4 to 5 minutes prior to the 911 call being made?
Correct.
And were you able to observe them at the elevator landing area as they ran towards the elevator?
Yes,
And do you see the firearm in Mr. Tuitt's left arm
you do. Correct.
hand? And can you tell the jurors that door that the defendant and Mr. Fort had just went through, is that another set of stairs?
Yes, it is another stairwell.
And is that what we're looking at here, where it says floor 3 and then stair 2, or where we see the defendant and Mr. Forte just exit?
Yes,
Okay. And in this clip, Is this Mr. Tuitt and Mr. Forte traveling downstairs, down to the second level and then down to the first?
That's correct.
Is that what we see next from the camera angle D5? In a second. And while we're watching, do you see the sign that has the 1 in the middle of it next to the door?
Yes.
Is that, when you open that door, does that lead you to the first floor near the elevator landing on the first floor?
Yes.
And if you take a right out of that door, does that take you to what we've called as the entrance gate that would lead you into the parking lot from building 2000?
Correct.
And as we watch at about 1 minute and 15 seconds into this clip from the camera D5, you see the defendant and Mr. Forte go through that door and go right.
That's correct.
And the angle that's camera D26 is this the angle we've already watched, where it is the front entrance pointing out towards the parking lot from building 2000 across to building 1000.
Correct.
And is this the angle that you see the defendant, Mr. Forte, run from the first floor, exiting building 2000?
Yes.
I'm going to fast forward this clip. And as at 1 minute and 42 seconds into the clip, at 1:54:50, do you see Miss James's window that has come down?
Yes.
And at 1:54:55, do you see the defendant, Mr. Forte, coming out of building 2000 and crossing the parking lot towards building 1000?
Yes.
All right. And as you look through footage, were you able to get any cameras that captured the outdoor area of that side parking lot into building 1000?
Yes, there were several other cameras that I was able to capture.
And is this what we described as the bird's eye view where the defendant and Mr. Forte are crossing the parking lot towards building 1000?
Correct.
And this angle D52 is this, bless you, excuse me, a closer camera to the entrance of building 1000 where you see the defendant traveling up the Pine Straw Hill.
Correct.
Okay. And where, as you watching the camera, where does the area that they just went to at the top right-hand side of the screen?
You said, where is that?
Where does that go?
Well, there's an abandoned lot across the street, and it goes just right into a residential neighborhood.
Is that what we're looking at here, D48, as they travel in the middle of the screen down past the outer area of building 1000?
Correct.
And the road that's adjacent to, I guess in the far left-hand side of the screen, it's adjacent to the parking lot, and as you move forward, building 1000. What road runs parallel there?
I believe that's Pierce Street.
And does that take you to Donnelly Hollowell?
It does.
And this next angle, camera 79, is this angle that we just saw the defendant and Mr. Forte in the bottom right-hand side of the screen, is that the side of, I guess, the outdoors of building 1000?
Yes.
Lastly. And D14, this camera angle labeled 1000A sidewalk. The street that we're looking at, is that Pierce Road that you've described?
Correct.
And if you were to continue down Pierce Road and where the defendant's crossing, does that take you to Donnelly Hollowell?
That's correct.
Now, Detective Johnson, after you were able to view the camera footage that we just described, what were kind of your next steps as you move forward in identifying the person in the army fatigue?
Yes, so like I stated earlier, I just took still shots from that surveillance footage and I submitted it to the media for assistance with identifying these individuals. And then you just kind of wait and hope and pray that you get some information from the public with aiding you with identifying these people.
Okay, and through your investigation, you said you were able to identify Mr. Forte. After you did that, did you go to his home?
Yes.
And were you able to speak with his mother, Mrs. Forte?
Yes.
And speaking with her, did you show her the still shots, photographs of what was her son, as well as the person dressed in the army fatigue?
Correct, I did.
And was she able to identify the individuals in the photographs that you showed? One being the white shirt, I believe it's the Alexander McQueen boots.
Correct. She identified that as her son, Laquinton Forte.
And was she able to identify the individual in the army fatigue?
Yes.
And that person to be?
Mr. Tuitt.
And did she describe to you knowing and how she was able to make that identification of Mr. Tuitt?
She said that she had known him for three to 4 years previous to this incident, so she was very familiar with him.
Okay. And after speaking with Mrs. Forte, can you describe the pictures and the next steps in your investigation?
Yes, so then I did the same thing. I took a photograph of Mr. Tuitt and I went to his aunt and I had a conversation with his aunt and she.
And don't tell me what she said. Based on your conversation with the defendant's aunt, did that conversation kind of further the steps that you had taken in your investigation?
Correct, it did.
And after speaking with his aunt, and when you went to speak with her, did you have the same photographs?
I had the same photographs.
Okay. And what did you do next as it related to your investigation after speaking with Miss Brenda Tuitt?
After I spoke with Miss Brenda Tuitt, I attempted to try to contact the defendant, Mr. Tuitt. However, no one had any working numbers for him. And then I believe I swore out the arrest warrants.
Okay.
Yeah, that was pretty much it.
And prior to swearing out the arrest warrants, you talked earlier about receiving crimes stopper tips. Remember talking earlier about that?
Correct.
Do you remember receiving a tip from an individual who identified the person in the media blast that you had done initially as defendant Cordarra Tuitt?
Correct.
Remember in that tip that was provided, that person described himself as being a former Dunwoody police detective?
Correct.
And you said after you walked through the steps of the investigation, you just talked about you took out warrants for the defendant?
Yes.
Tell the jurors the warrants that you swore out or took out as it relates to this defendant.
So I know I did murder, aggravated assault, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony.
And prior to taking those arrest warrants out, you talked initially about the fact you spoke with Ms. Forte. Did you also have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Forte, Laquinton Forte, her son, over the phone as it relates to what occurred on August 7th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
After speaking with Ms. Forte and Mrs. Forte and reviewing the surveillance footage, And the other steps that you described today, in terms of the warrants.
Yes, I did.
After the jurors upon taking the warrants, what do you do with, I guess, the warrant packet, that you, get after taking it?
So basically, after the detective secures the arrest warrants, you have to compile what we call a fugitive package. So basically, that signifies to the chain of command that we have now secured warrants on this case. The case may not necessarily be technically classified as being closed because there may be other investigative things that need to be done. But however, now that fugitive package goes to our fugitive task force, and it's assigned to a detective on that task force, and they are now tasked with locating the person who's wanted with the arrest warrants.
And after you provide that packet to the City of Atlanta Fugitive Task Force Unit, can you tell the jurors at moving forward at any point where you contacted that the defendant had been arrested after that packet had been provided?
Yes, I believe it was like a month and a half later or something like that.
And after Mr. Tuitt was arrested, did you have the opportunity to speak with him at APD headquarters on September 8th of 2022?
I did,
And
yes.
the day that you spoke with him is that same day that he had been apprehended or arrested by members of the Fugitive Task Force.
Correct.
And can you describe to the jurors when you arrived at APD headquarters, where was the defendant within headquarters down the street?
Yes, so when I arrived at headquarters, Mr. Tuitt had been secured inside of one of our holding cells at headquarters, where we essentially will go in and we'll interview people who we've picked up.
And was your interaction when you arrived that day on September 8th with the defendant, was it audio and video recorded as it related to your interactions with the defendant, Mr. Tuitt?
Yes.
I want to show you. State Exhibit 159. When you tell the jurors, do you recognize the USB drive contained within State Exhibit 149?
Yes.
And
149 or
149. When you were, and did you have an opportunity to review the contents of what's on the USB drive in State Exhibit 149?
I have.
And can you tell the jurors what is it?
So essentially, this is the interview that I conducted with Mr. Tuitt following fugitive picking him up from wherever they picked him up from. And it's our conversation.
Your review of State Exhibit 149, was it a fair and accurate depiction of the actual interview that was recorded on September 8th, 2022 between yourself and the defendant?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would tender what's been marked as State Exhibit 149 into evidence.
Any objection to states 149?
No.
It is admitted, consistent with the order that I've entered in the docket about this exchange.
Now, Detective Johnson, prior to interviewing the defendant, can you tell the jurors the first steps that you took as it related to attempting to speak with the defendant, Mr. Tuitt? Did you read him his Miranda rights?
Correct. I did.
Can you describe to the jurors what those are and why that's important that they're read and they're read verbatim?
Yes. So essentially, prior to interviewing anyone that is in custody, you always want to ensure that we read them their Miranda and that they understand that they do have rights and that we are not forcing them to speak with us. It's just simply, it kind of helps us for either further the investigation, or it may shed light on new information in the investigation to help us make a determination of, whether or not we're headed in the correct direction with our case.
And did you read those Miranda warnings to the defendant as you just described verbatim as it related to his rights?
Yes.
And as you were reading them or after you read each right, did you confirm that the defendant understood what you were reading?
Yes.
And at any point, did he ask clarity or ask you to stop as you read the rights in completion?
No.
And at the end of your reading of the Miranda rights, can you tell the jurors, the defendant, did he agree to speak with you?
He did.
Okay.
Donna, would this be a good time for us to take an afternoon break?
We're getting close to it. I was going to do it maybe after the end of direct, but let's see, how much more do you have, Mr. Abadi?
Not much more past the interview, Your Honor. I'm
Okay.
gonna play it.
Pardon me?
I'm gonna publish the interview, and then I don't have very many questions.
And it's 10 minutes. I'm trying to remember how long it was.
I think it's roughly 10 to 12 minutes.
Okay. Would you prefer to take a break now, Ms. Fagan? Okay. We good? 10, 15 more minutes, then we'll break, I promise, before we do cross-exam. All right.
Right, you got a grown man. So their birthdays are pretty close though, is they apart, man, that's dope.
Sake of time, is the beginning of the interview, you asking kind of biographical questions of the defendant, where he's from, he has children, how old he is, things of that nature?
Correct.
Okay, and is that all prior to your reading of his Miranda rights, determining whether he wants to speak with you?
That's correct.
You got a perfect time, yeah, that's good. I came from the federal tip or whatever it's fine, but I sucks. I lose my favorite, whatever, but that's cool. I mean, but you know why we're here, right? Okay, so, you have friends. So if you would like to talk, I have to read your rights. You are in charge. Your charge is, right now, it's right there, at the page, so, and possession of a firearm, and commission of felony, and possession of a firearm. Why are you charging me? I mean, well, we can get into that, but, yeah, right, so I'm gonna read you your right, right, okay, and then you tell me what you wanna do, all right? Okay, so you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be used in court as evidence against you. You are entitled to have a lawyer now and have him present now or at any time you request me. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you without cost. He may be present at all times during your questioning. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. You understand these rights? Do you wish to still want to be it's done? Okay. So Sunday, August 7th, that was the day they were finished, right? Yes. Trying to get with the part-time department, right? So walk me through what happened.
Okay, first, they charged my girl with it.
She has some old stuff she had to deal with.
Is she, did she tell y'all?
She.
Well, from my understanding, I know I just had a probation one, so I was just running from probation because, probation officer called me like 2 days later after the situation happened at the workplace. And from my understanding that I was going for questioning, so I'm trying to see now I'm in charge with, yeah, that's just one of some question.
Okay, so I put it to you like this, and this has nothing to do with probation, anything like that. So basically, streets started saying that CT, you go back CT? Yeah.
was like, oh, CT, he got his hands in this, he got something to do with it. Okay, so you were a folk.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, particularly in the street and so like that. Like basically the streets is like CT, he got something to do with killing potatoes. So, you know, we started dating, right? And mind you, we got these cameras all over that apartment complex. So, I mean, we got you on camera, you know, you understand what I'm saying? But I don't know what's happening. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's video, but I don't know the context of our conversation. You understand what I'm saying? Only you can provide that.
So, this what I do remember. I was getting ready to walk out my door. I did hear shots, and when I stepped out into my homeboy was like grabbed his bag, he left the bag, working on the kitchen out. So when I walked out, I looked to my left, I seen to the potatoes man over there. And when I looked at the parking, I see AD already. So I see the camera right here, exactly on the right in front, where he was landing, and they began to run by. So I took out running towards the other. They said, I grabbed the bag, I grabbed his bag off the kitchen. I stepped out, I grabbed my leg, I stepped in, grabbed his bag off the kitchen, and I took out down towards the elevator. And still, going to the elevator is still right there. I'm still kind of, I'm saying, well, I was scared that I heard shots, flew right in front, down in front of the door, like, so, and the police is already in the park. So I don't know, like, what's going on, I see, so I look, like, it's a little out, I see over, out, into the park lot, and it's and allowing police officer back there right in my face. I was watching. I said, I ain't do shit. You know what I'm saying? So I came out the right here. I heard shots flying up. I still don't like it. You know what I'm saying? I look like grabbed his bag, kitchen out. You can see it right.
Okay, so, after you ran, where you go?
I ran all the way down, like, towards across the street. And I just, I kept going, on that street, to make sure.
You were just sitting there, she ran across the street?
Yeah, so I went to it.
What's across the street?
It's nothing like, it's like a house, it's like that.
Okay. So, back to the next street?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And then, where'd you go after that? Okay, you call it like Uber or something?
No, I just like, see somebody around, and somebody trying to kill me, get me out of there.
Okay, so you just said somebody was trying to kill you. That's what it's for.
Yeah, that's what I told them, because I was like, I was panicking inside, so I was like, yeah, but you know, all those there trying to do that, and just let everybody in the car, just, you know, something you can tell them something, it's like.
But like, what made you like call it that statement? Like somebody trying to kill you?
I just told them that just so they let me get in, like, you know, we tell somebody, I just somebody trying to roll, somebody trying to get me up, people trying to help me, you know what I'm saying? So I was just like,
Okay, so, you know, like, this number, I don't think this might be going out, yeah. So trying to really get into this, so, you know, I need you to keep it 100, I'm keeping it 100, right? I'm telling you what it is. I'm glad you got it on camera. So tell me what.
this, I'm telling you, like, this is how you bring it. So I heard shots like that, so I was right. I said, about a little over, man. They count right there, that's what I'm saying. Like, if y'all saying that, that's what I'm saying. I don't know when it started. The count was right there, exactly right there. You see what I'm saying? It's a big count just like that. And it's still like right in front of it's always there, you playing from the top really. You know what I'm saying? Just the camera right there, then maybe in the park, like, that's what I'm trying to see, like, how long they ensure police is in the park, I see it.
I mean, so you quit your job, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so who is that? Yeah.
In our street.
Same street? Okay, so, where street you from?
You understand, so I need to,
So you're on my side.
nah,
So Union Street, y'all in the parkland, where you just,
I had just woke up, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was laying in the apartment, but I got in probably like 6:37 in the morning. Without counting out, right?
okay, so you stay here, that's your apartment?
Yeah,
Okay. What's your apartment?
7:33.
You and, Terry?
Yeah.
Okay.
But she wasn't there. She stayed in my air for her house not before.
Okay, so you and Street, do Terry got another name she look like? So you and Street, you said you're out gambling, right? Okay, so let's start here, and then walk me up to where y'all got back, so y'all, you and Street, y'all out gambling, what y'all playing slots, or y'all to the casino?
I'm playing slots, like, yeah, so I'm back here, actually.
Which one are they here?
Take it back.
Okay, the pick and pay right there on down Hollywood, like, is that James Jackson? Right there, okay, by the checkers? Okay, so y'all here, y'all gambling, y'all play slots, whatever. How long y'all there doing? Okay, y'all was there for a while, okay. You win anything?
Yeah.
Okay, what you win, like, $50, you made back basically what you probably spent. Okay, so then y'all leave the ticket bank, and you should have a Y'all go home. Okay, alright, so y'all take it back to the house, the park side, right? Y'all driving? Y'all getting a ride? Which y'all do, y'all Uber, which y'all?
Yeah, stores, so that I was.
Okay. Okay.
19 or something. 19, right?
Okay, alright, so somebody will store me to you, to the park, right? Alright, so y'all get back, and then, what y'all do, street the bed, y'all stay
Yeah, I
up,
have to go to sleep. I get in bed, you go to sleep. Wake up.
what time y'all go to bed?
I heard what that was. I said, I sleep, heard you.
Okay. It's about 7:30 a.m. I got it. Alright, so y'all are asleep, right? And then I was at that station.
I was sleeping for I was like. So I stayed asleep. You gotta turn to it. So I went back to sleep. And I woke up. I heard like this shit going on. So it was like, those were right by the door.
So you said, other things, but you said, okay, so you smoke. And you went back to sleep. Yeah, what time did you wake up again?
Around that time, everybody, so it's there around 2:30. Like right when the times.
Tracy, so you woke up, Will Street, when you woke up?
He's not really out the door, I guess he was smoking, you know. Cause he used to like to smoke cigarettes. I was smoking cigarettes. And I don't smoke cigarettes in the house, so I just smoke weed.
So Street is already gone? That's happening.
So I believe when I came out, it was like, yeah. I came out the door, he already.
How many shots you got? Run, you dress. Well, which you have?
Yeah. Make sure. And slats. And slats. Yeah.
Yes, which size? I know what you're talking about, you're talking about like rubber Gucci slides. Okay, we got tennis, tennis. Is that what you're talking about? What color is your slide? They green?
Is anyone understanding any of this? Because I'm not even gonna lie. Normally, I can make some stuff out. This could be Portuguese, Chinese. This could be any. This could be anything. You know what I'm saying? This could be absolutely anything. I don't understand a word that's going on. Sometimes the detective, it could be a little bit of the echo. Sometimes when the detective is talking, I can understand what she's saying, but Cordarra, baby, no. I don't understand one word he's saying. I'm gonna just let it play, but it's not even. I don't even think Cece knows what he's talking about. Because if you look at Cece's not making any sense either. Cece is like, what in the whole fuck? So I don't know. I don't want to skip it, or we might just skip it. I mean, it's not much longer anyway, but I wanted to give it a fair chance because I didn't want to just not have it in the video. But baby, I don't understand it. Do you? I mean, I'm not confused. I can't understand. You left for a minute, baby. You're not confused. It's is it unintelligible? Am I saying the right word? Hold on. Unintelligible. I think I am. Something that is impossible or very difficult to understand. It's unintelligible. Hello, we just. I mean, it's a mess. Okay, we're just gonna go past it. I mean, I hate to do that because we don't. It's hard to understand. You can't
Whatever
even.
the conversation was, or whatever she's saying.
I can understand her.
Whatever it was, blase. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is your only opportunity, but that's just the story.
Yeah, that's gonna happen.
I respect it, man. I respect it. I appreciate you taking time to talk. All right, I'm gonna see to get you up out of here, all right? So I said, okay, girl, I appreciate it.
He was dumb to go in there talking without his lawyer anyway. Any defense attorney tells you if you are being interrogated by the police, you need to have a lawyer there. Ask for a lawyer. That's it. That's all. Especially if you know the deal. I would imagine even if you're innocent, because the way things go these days, you just never know what can get flipped on you. And you're sitting there like, oh shit, I was actually at work. I didn't do anything. But, that's all I can say. Oh, okay, we're good. We're good.
Now, Detective Johnson, during that interview, were there multiple occasions when you were up front and told the defendant that she was on camera?
Yes.
And despite the several times that you told him that, Did he continue to tell you that, he didn't know what happened, he just heard shots and then left the scene?
Correct.
During that interview, Detective Johnson, did he confirm that his nickname was CT?
Correct.
Did he confirm that, Mr. Forte's nickname was Street?
Correct.
Did he, also during that interview indicate that he knew, that the victim's nickname, was Smoke?
Correct.
And while you continued to speak with him, did you ask him, what he was wearing?
Correct, I did.
And did he describe or confirm to you, what he was wearing?
Yes.
For efficiency time or time purposes, did he confirm that he was wearing what we've seen previously in, state exhibits, 99, 98, the Army tee and the, Gucci flash?
Correct.
And, was he able to provide for you, the same thing that Mr. Forte is seeing, in the screenshots that you have released with the white shirt and the Alexander McQueen boots?
Correct.
And the person that you interviewed that day, final series of questions, you see that person sitting in the courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
Describe how clothing is on in the area in which the courtroom he is seated.
Yes. That is Mr. Tuitt over there to my right. He's wearing appears to be a black turtleneck with some looks like they have prescription glasses.
Thank you. I'll give you a question.
Ms. Fagan, do you have cross-examination?
Yes.
Okay, then we'll break, just in case you didn't. We could say, all right, you can go. Ladies and gentlemen, we take a little late in the day, our afternoon break. Thank you for your patience. This is a natural break point. I'll have Deputy Gordon check on you all in 5 or 6 minutes. If you need a little more time, take it. We're only going to be able to go till 5-ish. Hopefully we get through this witness. We'll see what the estimate is. And then we'll pick up tomorrow. I'm going to hear from the lawyers if they feel like they're still on schedule. I'll let you know that when you come back. Don't talk about the case during the break. No outside research. Enjoy your time.
All right, good.
Let me just say this. So you heard him say something about he heard shots while he was sleeping. This is the thing. Here's the thing. Let me say it like Judge Page. Here's the thing. They got you on video, sir. Engaging with the person who passed away. They have you in his face with what appears to be a firearm, having a very intimate conversation that results with someone on the ground in a position that doesn't look like he's going to be getting back up again anytime soon. Your friend running down the hallway in a tizzy, looking very worried. And also a still shot of you with a gun in your hand. I think that's what I saw. So he can say he was sleeping all he wants. Sir, you were not asleep. You're all up in these people's cameras. You're everywhere, all up in the cameras. So that's a bad look right there. Okay, let's finish this up because guess what? Court starts at 12:30. And guess what? Won't Bougie Gang do it? Girl, did Bougie Gang do it or did Bougie Gang do it? Did we get caught up in less than a day on 2 days worth of testimony? How do we do that? How do we do that? Well, I'm not telling. You just have to click on the videos to see, right? Anyway, let's finish up so we can take a little break and we'll get in with day 3 when it starts later, after it starts. You know how we do. We take a little bit of time. We get caught up. Okay, so now they're on break. The detective is going to get off the stand for her little break, and then I guess Miss Fagan is gonna come back. But let's see what's going on here. Miss Jones Connor's like, excuse me, I'm trying to check my Facebook. Shouts out to Facebook, by the way. Facebook, what's going on? How's everybody doing? Hit the thumbs up and share me out. Put me in your stories. Let people know this is an important story they might want to come see. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, Miss Fagan with the shoes. Okay. Y'all, look at Miss Fagan wearing her extra high heels. Okay. Girl, look at her heels. Okay. Can we hurry up and bring the jury back? Okay. Mr. Abadi better get his video conferencing skills up because McBurney is not giving him any
Then Mr.
slack.
Forte issue, correct?
Or are they back from
That a firearm was in the, you were able, correct? To view the case, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
And is done. We'll see if there is any redirect, recross, and we'll see if you have any questions, and that'll wrap it up for the day. Ms. Fagan?
Oh,
Thank you,
wait.
Your Honor.
I want to hear
Good
that.
afternoon, Sergeant.
Okay, here we go.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Mr. Abadi, you can let that other witness go as well, if you haven't already. You're welcome. All right, everyone can be seated. Jurors, we are in the midst of Sergeant Johnson's testimony. It's time for cross-examination. When Ms. Fagan is done, we'll see if there is any redirect, recross, and we'll see if you have any questions, and that'll wrap it up for the day. Ms. Fagan?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant. Good afternoon. So in this case, you were able to recover surveillance, correct? Correct. Could you talk into the mic? Correct. Okay. You were able to, you have some physical evidence that you gathered from the scene, right? Correct. You have a Ring camera, correct? Yes. An interview, right? Yes. And with the surveillance is beneficial because you were able to identify suspects in this case, right? Yes. Did, when you identified suspects, you then first, you were able to speak with Mr. Forte's mother, correct? Correct. And Miss Forte was, at that time, she told you that CT had explained to her that a firearm was in the possession of the other person and that he was clutching a firearm, correct? That's correct. Then you, and kind of a common issue for Miss Forte and her son is that they wanted to make sure that Mr. Forte wasn't going to get in any trouble because he didn't have anything to do with it, right? Which is common. Now, when you spoke to Mr. Forte, he was physically there, so he didn't get a story from CT. He was there, right? Correct. And he told you that the gentleman had approached aggressively, correct?
I'd have to reference my narrative, but
Well, you also recorded this, correct?
it is recorded.
And in the recording, first you're speaking with his mother, right?
Correct.
And then mother is calling multiple people trying to find her son, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you got him on the phone, right?
Yes.
And when he got on the phone, he told you that the gentleman that the deceased, that he had a firearm, that it was initially in his pocket and he had moved it to the waist.
All right,
I'm
stop.
The line of questioning is, it's hearsay and it's improper impeachment.
Okay, because, tell me the improper part.
when Mr. Forte was on direct and cross, you provided answers that were consistent with,
It's not impeachment. It's repeating what he said. Okay, so again, Ms. Fagan, if you want to ask the detective about things, your clients, well, you can't do that either. So I'm going to sustain the objection and ask you to move on.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Now, I'm not asking what he said. When you spoke to him, though, he gave you a couple stories, correct? About, just about the firearm.
So that's basically what he said. If he gave you stories, unless he handed you a story like this, then he was saying things and then that would be hearsay.
Okay, understood. When you spoke with Mr. Forte, you didn't actually physically see him at that time, but you already had the surveillance, correct?
That is correct.
And so when you had the surveillance, in the surveillance, there was one camera that was inoperable that probably would have captured the situation a little better, right?
That's correct.
But the camera that you did have was down the hall. Now, you said 30 feet. Would you say it's larger than this courtroom?
It was an estimation, but yes,
It was larger than this courtroom as far as how far away the camera was to the actual end of the stairway.
possibly it was three years ago. So, I mean, I'm just estimating.
And even though we have this large picture, the action is only in the middle of the top, right?
That's correct.
And then we can zoom in, but it becomes a little pixelated, correct?
Is it clear? No, it's not 1,000% clear, but it's not definitively like pixelated that you can't make out what transpired.
Right, like you understand that Mr. Tuitt shot this gentleman, right?
Correct.
Okay, now past that though, initially, there was 2 encounters this gentleman had with my client, correct?
One for sure, when he walked out of the apartment and they met each other in the hallway.
So when they met in the hallway, then they're in the stair area for over 5 minutes, correct?
Correct.
And in that stair area, you have video cameras all over this apartment complex. They never left that stairway, correct?
When you're referencing they never left the stairwell, who are you referring to exactly?
I'm talking about the very first encounter prior to the shooting, okay? When you called him Smoke too, right? That's what you called him in the interview?
I called him by his biological name, and then I asked Mr. Tuitt to confirm if his street name is Smoke.
When he first comes out of the apartment, he takes a right, correct?
Are you referring to the defendant or?
Smoke,
Okay, the decedent. Okay, so at what point are you referring to?
the very beginning of the 13-minute video that we just watched.
I mean, I don't want to say he went right and then I'd have to look at the video, but he went to the front of the complex, yes.
Well, when he first came out, he goes right, and that's where he has the first interaction with my client, right?
I mean, we could pull up the video.
It's your, I know that. Okay. Do you want me to?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, did you actually make this compilation video?
I did not make the compilation.
So that we can make this time efficient, do you know at what time he comes out of the door?
I don't.
Do you have it in any notes that you've prepared or anything in preparation for trial?
I don't have any notes with me right now.
So he came out of his room, his apartment, he went to the right, correct?
Correct.
Okay, when he comes to the right, at the end of the hallway, that's where Mr. Tuitt lived, correct?
Correct.
And then they go down the stairs, correct?
Yes.
And you never see them again on any other video until they come back up the stairs, right?
Yes.
Now, when they come back, when he leaves to go down the stairs, there's no firearm in his waistband at that point, correct?
I'll watch. Nope.
No. Screenshot. Now, when he first came out of that apartment, there was no firearm in his waistband, correct?
Correct.
And he has his hand in his pants, right?
Yes.
During your investigation, you determined that he had a firearm on him at all times?
I wouldn't use the term all times.
Okay. So at what point did he not have a firearm
Where you're showing it right now, where he doesn't have a firearm on him.
on him? So do you know if there's one in his pockets or did he leave it in the apartment?
I don't know.
Okay, so at some point he retrieves a firearm, right?
At some point.
Okay, now after this moment on camera, he meets Mr. Tuitt at the door. They go to the stairs and then he returns with a cigarette in his mouth and a firearm now in his waistband. Do you remember that?
I do remember him being at the elevator with the cigarette and the firearm in his waistband.
So at the end of this hallway, that's actually where the stairwell is, correct?
Yes. The
And
stairwell
that-
where they argued at, yes.
And when he came back from after meeting with my client at the stairwell, now he has a cigarette in his mouth that's not lit, correct?
Yes, he has a cigarette.
And he has a gun in his waistband now, right?
Yes.
When he went down that stairwell, that gun wasn't there though, correct?
Correct.
So at some point, he retrieved a firearm that he couldn't see and made it be seen, right?
Yes.
Then we do a 13-minute compilation video, but ultimately we get to another 5-minute, what did you call it? You didn't call it an argument. You said a heated debate?
I said a heated debate.
Okay, so this is 5 minutes after he's already been with my client down on the stairs. And in that entire time frame, he was not shot, correct?
That's correct.
And then he walks around the whole apartment building and then he returns back underneath to the stairs, right?
Yes.
Because he didn't go back to the stairs the way he came in, correct?
Yes.
He had gone through underneath and come back up the stairs, right?
Yes.
And we don't know whether or not he knew my client would still be there, right? Because it was about 20 minutes later, correct?
Yes.
But 20 minutes later, when he came back, he still had his gun in his waistband. We said 702 in the other name, right?
Yes.
When he came back, at that point, we never get another close shot to him like this, right?
I'm confused on what point we're discussing. Can you go to that point in the video?
Now I'm going to the shooting. Once he gets upstairs to the shooting, we never get a close shot of him again, right? Like we never get to see him up close like this shot is.
No, once he comes up the stairs, no.
And so when he goes to the stairs and while he's there at the stairs, we don't know where the firearm was. We don't know if he had moved it or not, correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, he could have, right? But we don't have any surveillance of that portion.
That's correct. We don't have that footage.
Now, that argument is another 5 minutes, correct?
I don't want to say it is 5 minutes. I don't know for sure.
All right.
If you said it's 5 minutes, it's 5 minutes.
Okay, so I'll let it play while we continue our questioning since we're getting close to 5. So in this entire argument while they're on the stairs, Smoke still doesn't get shot, correct?
That's correct.
When they get to the top of the stairs, Smoke isn't immediately shot, correct?
That's correct.
Now, we see Smoke from his left-hand side, right? When he's standing facing my client.
Yes, that's correct.
And the handle to his firearm, if you recall, and I can switch videos if you need to, but the handle to his firearm pointed to the right. Do you recall that?
I don't. I couldn't tell you.
Okay. First, let's confirm that this was a 5-minute long argument, that he wasn't shot. Now, when officers got there, I want to confirm a couple things. One is Exhibit 75. He still had his marijuana, correct?
Yes.
Exhibit 32. There's walls on both sides of that breezeway, correct?
Yes, there's walls.
There's no area for either gentleman to back out of what we see at the light at the end of this hallway, correct?
Can you clarify what you mean by back out?
So there's no, like, both of them had a back to a wall, ultimately. Meaning there wasn't a hallway running perpendicular, right?
Correct. They're on just a parallel hallway.
The things inside of his pockets, when he fell, items were located around his body, right?
That's correct.
In the video, you don't see his phone in his hand, correct?
That's correct.
You don't see his money in his hand, correct?
Correct.
You don't see his scale in his hand, correct?
You do not. Correct.
And the gun, is your testimony that you never see the gun in his hand either?
I did not recall seeing a firearm in his hand.
Now, all the phone, the marijuana, the money, the scale, all of those items fell right by his body, correct?
Yes.
Only the gun was thrown feet away, right?
Yes.
His money, State's Exhibit 76, this was untouched, correct?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 77, is this you guys counting how much money he had on him?
That is correct.
State's Exhibit 78 and 79 are the firearm that was thrown feet from his body, right?
Correct.
Did you ever look into your investigation as to whether or not he was clutching his gun and it dropped as he was shot?
No.
Okay, but miraculously, everything else he had on him dropped right where he was.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 80 is the crime scene sketch, correct?
Yes.
And in the crime scene sketch, except for items 6 and 7 being a shell casing and the firearm, all the other items were located right next to his body, right?
Correct.
Now, you would agree that the items that I just showed you don't indicate that my client pulled a firearm first, right?
It sounds like speculation to me.
That was mine.
Okay. I'm going to take that as an objection, not from the witness, but from Mr. Abadi. You're free to argue come argument time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Questions for this witness?
And does State's Exhibit 80 indicate in your investigation that my client pulled a firearm first?
I'm gonna object. It's the same question, just worded a little differently.
Well, I think this witness can say yes, no, it doesn't indicate anything like that. So, and then explain your answer. So 80 is the crime scene sketch? Okay.
Could I examine the crime scene sketch, please? Thank you. Okay, now could you reword your question for me? What was your question?
You don't have to reword it, you just need to repeat it.
The
however you want to do
question
that.
was that, in your investigation, does State's Exhibit 80, does State's Exhibit 80 in your investigation determine that my client pulled a firearm first?
I can't make that determination from this.
State's Exhibit 32, during your investigation, in State's Exhibit 32, did this indicate to you that my client pulled a firearm first?
I can't make that determination.
State's Exhibit 78 and 79, in your investigation, did either of these pieces of evidence indicate to you that my client pulled a firearm first?
You can't make a determination from that.
State's Exhibit 76 and 77, did either of these pieces of evidence indicate to you during your investigation whether or not my client pulled a firearm first?
No.
State's Exhibit 54, similar to 32, is it the same answer?
It's the same answer. No.
State's Exhibit 75, or the gunshot residue kit, State's Exhibit 142. Do either of these pieces of evidence in your investigation determine that my client pulled a firearm first?
No.
The CAD report, State's Exhibit 2. In your investigation, did this piece of evidence determine to you that my client pulled a firearm first?
No.
States 89, 90, 88, 91. Did any of these pieces of evidence indicate to you in your investigation that my client pulled a firearm first?
No.
State's Exhibit 7 is just a picture of the map. State's Exhibit 8, 9, 10, and 11. Do any of these pieces of evidence indicate in your investigation that my client pulled a firearm first?
No, ma'am.
In the videos, you can see that Smoke carried his firearm visibly, right?
Yes.
But in any video of my client prior to the shooting, you don't see a firearm visible on my client, correct?
Prior to the shooting, no.
In State's Exhibits 99, 100, 98, in your investigation, did any of these pieces of evidence indicate to you that my client pulled a firearm first?
No, ma'am.
State's Exhibits 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18, pictures of walls and stairs. Did any of this evidence in your investigation determine that my client pulled a firearm first?
No, ma'am.
19, State's Exhibit 20, State's Exhibit 21, State's Exhibit 22, State's Exhibit 23, 24, 25, 26. Did any of this evidence indicate to you that my client pulled a firearm first?
No.
States 27, 28, 29, 31, 33, any of these pictures, 150 pieces of evidence. Did any piece of evidence indicate in your investigation that my client pulled a firearm first?
No.
But you do.
I think she thinks she's eating with this, but this is not. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether he pulled it first or second. At the end of the day, the man was down on the floor and he didn't have a weapon anymore, and you shot him 5 more times, and you're a felon. You're not even supposed to have a gun. And then you took off for 2 weeks. Where in the self-defense is that? You didn't even call and say, hey, I just had to defend myself in a fight. You took off hiding.
Agree that 20 minutes prior to the shooting, there was
I think they're trying to use self-defense as a defense because he's a felon and he wasn't supposed to have a gun anyway. And then you sat up there and killed your friend. You got into argument because your friend called you out. Your friend basically snitched you out to your girl, basically letting her know that you're no good and you're doing a whole bunch of lame stuff behind her back because he's known her back from elementary school. So he kind of broke bro code, and he probably was pissed at him for doing that. So yeah, it's not giving, like, you can, it doesn't matter if he pulled it out 10th. It doesn't matter. The man overshot the guy. There was no more threat. The guy was down. He couldn't move. You shot him 5 more times. Like you got him, you cleared the threat. Let's just say it was self-defense. You subdued the threat. Now you killed him. You know what I'm saying? There's one thing that you felt, let's just entertain. You felt threatened. You shot him. He's down. His gun is 3 feet away from him. Now you killed him 5 more shots later, right? He shot him 6 times. It's like, come on, sir.
5-minute time frame on that stairwell, correct? The first time.
Yes.
At that time, when he first walked to the stairwell, there's no visible firearm, correct?
Correct.
When he leaves, he has a cigarette and a firearm visible at that point, right?
Correct.
He leaves for 20 minutes, walks around the apartment complex. Did you even see what he was doing when he was walking around?
I don't recall
Okay. But you don't remember during your investigation in this case?
what he was doing when he was walking around. No.
And then he walks back through, goes underneath and up the stairs, right?
Correct.
Firearm still visible, right?
Correct.
Engages in another 5-minute conversation, heated debate on the stairs, right?
Correct.
And ultimately, you would agree that when the gentleman fell, his gun went to the far left, right?
It did. The gun did land to the far left.
And everything else below it.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Abadi, any redirect?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Detective Johnson, we'll start with the last line of questioning that Ms. Megan asked you. Would you agree that the gun did not come out of or didn't leave the victim's person until he had been shot multiple times?
Correct.
Okay. And defense counsel showed you the photographs and the pieces of evidence that have been admitted. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Does the photograph, the blood, things of that nature, is that all evidence that Mr. Wright was shot.
Yes,
All evidence is that he bled after he was shot.
100%.
And the evidence that she showed you, is that evidence that Mr. Wright was shot and killed?
Yes,
And at any point during your investigation, was there any evidence that you found that showed that Mr. Tuitt had been shot at all?
no,
Based on your knowledge of the firearms evidence, is there any evidence that the victim ever fired a gun?
no,
And the evidence that Miss Fagan asked you about, the pictures of the crime scene, the shell casings that were photographed, is all.
Okay, for all that he was giving Adam the business, well, looks like he did something to his
are you referring?
He's back.
Yeah, the Adidas bag.
That's what was important. Yeah.
looks like he did something to his
Did he tell you where it was?
virtual.
He did not.
Miss Yes. All evidence is that he bled after he was shot.
100%.
And the evidence that she showed you, is that evidence that Mr. Wright was shot and killed?
Yes,
And at any point during your investigation, was there any evidence that you found that showed that Mr. Tuitt had been shot?
Okay.
It's close enough to the cameras
There it
that
goes.
were functional and working after he shot and killed Mr. Wright,
correct,
as he fled from the scene of the shooting.
correct.
And based on the questions you asked on direct and then cross-examination questions, do you remember the interview that we played during your direct examination?
Yes,
Can you tell the jurors, is what Mr. Tuitt told you, that he never came out of his apartment, never interacted with Mr. Wright? Is that consistent with what we see on the video?
it is not.
Is that a lie?
Yes,
And the fact that Mr. Tuitt lied to you during the interview, is that consistent with him shooting, killing Mr. Wright for no reason?
Objection to the following question.
yes.
So don't answer yet. What is your objection to the form of the question? Question was it consistent with ... Which part did you not, were you objecting to?
Well, I think it's the state testifying.
Okay, you want to try again?
Yeah.
All right.
The lie that Mr. Tuitt told you, based on your review of the video, is that consistent with Mr. Tuitt pulling a firearm first and firing it on Mr. Wright?
Yes,
And during the time that you see on the video, as Mr. Tuitt believes, that he has a firearm, right?
correct.
Any point during that interview or during your investigation, did he provide you the firearm he used that day?
He did not.
Did he tell you where it was during that interview?
He did not.
Did he even acknowledge during that interview that he had a gun?
He did not.
Did he acknowledge during that interview that Mr. Forte had a gun?
He did not.
Did he acknowledge during that interview that he went back to get streets or Mr. Forte's weed? That was what was important.
Are you referring?
He's back.
Yeah, the Adidas bag, correct, yes.
Did he tell you that he went back to get it because it contained weed?
No,
And at any point during that interview, did he tell you that after he shot Mr. Wright 6 times, that despite being fearful, that he went back and grabbed something off of Mr. Wright's body?
he did not.
Did he tell you what he took?
He did not.
And during that interview, when he was talking to you about things that he had seen on Instagram and the news as it relates to his photographs. Do you remember him talking about that?
Yes,
Is that evidence that he knew he was wanted?
correct.
At any point did he reach out to you as it relates to what you had published through the media, asking for anyone with information to contact you?
No,
And it is all of that evidence that you use to swear out warrants as it relates to the warrants that you swear out in this case?
correct.
Nothing further, Jim.
Any recross?
Just a couple questions. You don't have any evidence that my client took anything, right?
Other than the video of him going back and grabbing something?
Man still has his weed, still has his money, still has his phone, still has his scale, still has his gun, right? So what else was there?
I don't know.
You have no evidence that he took anything, right?
Other than the video where he walks back and grabs something?
You don't see anything in his hands, right?
I can't say that he doesn't have anything in his hands.
Well, he could have took money, right?
I don't know what he took.
He could have taken weed, right?
I don't know, Miss Fagan.
He could have taken a gun, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He could have taken a phone, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He could have taken a scale, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you indicated that it wasn't until he got shot when the firearm fell, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What evidence do you have that the gun wasn't already out?
Well, when you zoom in on the video, you don't see a firearm in his hands.
Where do you see his hands?
I mean, we can go back and watch.
I'm looking it up.
It's the mannerisms for me. You see the sergeant is just like, okay.
Your investigation of the firearm was in his pocket or his waistband?
Well, waistband.
Right where?
Okay. So this one right here.
Where his hand is right now?
Oh, see? Okay. I don't know who pulled first. They both pulled. One did pull first. This guy, the one who got shot, Quintavious, right there, that gesture, he probably was pulling his gun out of his pocket. That gesture, next thing you know, homeboy, Mr. Cordero, went ahead and pulled his. That's why homeboy, he already knew the energy. That's why he started booking up the hallway. Okay. Just keep your eyes peeled real quick. Okay. Let me move this.
Your investigation of the firearm was in his pocket or his waistband?
Well,
okay. You saw that? So he pulled his out right there. You saw that?
Pocket or his waistband?
well,
See that? So who pulled theirs first? Quintavious. Who pulled theirs second? Damn Cordero. Who shot first? Obviously Cordero. They were having an argument. I didn't see them put hands on each other. When did they start fighting? They may have been having a verbal fight. I don't know what you call that these days. But there was no damn fist fight going on. They were probably going back and forth about who's a bitch and who broke bro code and this, that, and the other thing. Did you come up with the same thing too, Bible lady? Quintavious got himself ready first, And then Cordero did after, but to me, it almost doesn't even matter. Like it doesn't. There he goes. He got it.
Right
He's
where his
ready to
hand is
go.
right now?
Boom.
Before he fell?
Boom.
Is that correct?
That or his hand could be on his hip. It looked like his hand was on his hip to me.
So as an officer and under oath, your testimony is that his hand is just on his hip right before he gets shot?
Can we zoom in more?
I can give you my computer. Zoom in better than this. Is that better?
I can't say definitively that his hand is gripping a firearm.
Right, well, you just testified to this jury that that firearm didn't come out until he was shot. My question to you is, what evidence do you have for that testimony?
Your question was his hand gripping the firearm?
My question, first, you said that you couldn't see it in his hand. I brought up the video for you to tell me and this jury where you see his hand right before he gets shot.
And to me, it looks like it could be on his hip.
Thank you.
All right, jurors, any questions for the sergeant? If you would get those to Deputy Gordon. Looks like we got a few.
I'm trying to figure out, is Miss Fagan's tactic to confuse the people? Is she just trying to confuse the people? Look at their faces. Look, remember what they said last week? If you got the law on your side, you argue the law. If you got the facts on your side, you argue the facts. If you got the law and the facts, you argue both. If you have nothing, you just argue, right? And I think Miss Fagan is arguing. Look at Adam and them are like snickering, like, it's okay. We got this. She's just arguing.
All right.
Look, he's laughing. They're laughing.
If you could hustle out here, please.
I like that they don't sidebar a lot. Judge McBurney's like, look, what? Okay, what's the problem? And he solves it real quick. I like the way he manages things. Is that the girlfriend back there? Is that Miss Raquel back there in the back? Right here. Is that Raquel? Miss Raquel James? That might be her. I mean, that is her kid's father that passed, so. Well, it's like sometimes these people come out from the left. You know what I mean? They just come out from the bushes. It's like you're sitting there, you're supposed to give your testimony, and here they come out of nowhere with something just like, and then they phrase it weird. And you don't know if it's because you don't know how to formulate a sentence, or are you trying to trip me up to make me say something that you're going to later say, well, you said this and you said that. Did you not mean this? Did you not mean that? Can you believe this morning has gone so fast, guys? Like, it's only 12:30 and we've been live for 5 hours. This is crazy. But as soon as this one's over, we're going to shut it down because this video is long enough. And I think they're getting started at 12:30, but we might get it started around 2 something because we're not going to start it right away. That way we can speed through breaks and everything and all of the things. You know what I'm saying? You know how we do. And then we'll be caught up. Look at us. Miss Raquel. Oh, is that you? Okay, Miss Raquel. Hey, boo. How are you, Miss Raquel? Yes. Okay. She is the another busty woman? Is she with another busty woman? That is her. I would never be able to see that video that many times as the baby's mom. Yeah. I think she said she hadn't seen it, but she's definitely seen it in the last 2 days. Now, was he minding to be look, I'm gonna just say this. Y'all agree, disagree. Y'all young people, young, not super young, 30s, young 30s. Y'all living in an apartment. Damn, they're living over there at damn Melrose Place. Okay, if you know, you know. They're living over there at the young people's apartment complex. And your man runs into an elementary school friend and he's sitting outside while you're in the house taking care of a newborn and a 9-year-old, and he's over there smoking blunts and dropping tea on his homie to his elementary school classmate. And I'm in the house taking care of the baby, but you're outside getting high with your elementary school friend. I would kind of, as a woman, have a problem with that, not because I'm insecure and I think you're cheating, but get your ass in the apartment, sir, that doesn't even have a car, sir, that doesn't have a job. You know what I'm saying? Like, hello, why are you outside smoking with your elementary school classmate? um Giving her the TT on someone who's supposed to be your friend. Like, so you're outside, breaking bro code, and you're putting us in a situation that's drama. Not to mention, fast forward, guess what? You were sitting up there running your mouth, snitching on your friend, and guess what? Now he's pissed at you, and guess what? My kid doesn't have a father. It was just some inappropriate behavior. Quintavious, whether he meant well or not, some things are just not your place to do, especially where you lay your head. You guys can disagree or not, but you're living over there at the young people's apartment complex and you're sitting over here dropping tea on somebody's man, and that somebody's man is actually your homeboy. Like, what? Of course he's going to probably feel threatened. Maybe he thought you were trying to get his girl. Maybe he thought you were trying to ruin his relationship. Maybe he found out about them smoking outside. Maybe, people feel a certain way about that type of activity. Maybe he felt like y'all shouldn't have been smoking together. Like, what was going on with that? What was y'all really talking about? Who knows? But whatever that was, guess what? He's dead. So Quintavious, in my opinion, although he did not deserve to die, Quintavious really needed to be minding his own business. I don't know what Quintavious thought he was doing by telling that girl about her man, but it wasn't nothing good, because by snitching on him to her, basically got Cordero mad at him to where now he's dead. Is that that's basically the story, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Push the little button.
Especially when you told, how when you know that the couple, you know something about a couple, but you know if you tell the tea, they're not breaking up. Homegirl wasn't trying to break up with him anyway. When did she want to break up with Cordero? When did she decide to break up with Cordero? When the lights weren't on. She came home and the lights were off. She got fed up and she's like, but you're spending your money paying for sex on your phone. Hold on, where's my thing? You were over there paying for sex on the phone. And he's like, oh, that motherfucker. He told my secret to my girl. And then you're outside smoking in the breezeway, smoking blunts with my girl, telling my girl about me paying for sex on the phone. Okay.
Maybe you guys slept back there. Sergeant.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Sir, fine, whatever. You talked about having interacted with apartment complex management folks to get the video. Mentioned that 2 of the cameras weren't working.
yes, so the main.
Bible lady knows it's time to come back to the computer when she hears this. When she hears this, she's like, ooh, Fran must be saying something. Put that bongo on it, okay?
Main camera that's directly above where the decedent was located, Your Honor, it was not functional.
Paying
Okay.
for pool's
Did
but
you
not the
talk
light
to
bill.
the apartment
Okay.
management people about whether
It's just the snickering with Adam and his cohort right here. It's just the looking very confident in your case for me.
they had let residents know that that camera wasn't working?
I did not discuss that, no.
Okay. In your review of all the video, not just what you were shown today, but the work you did in your investigation, did you ever find any footage that showed the defendant, we call him CT, going back into his apartment after the first encounter he had with Mr. Wright? Because we saw then Mr. Wright walks all around the parking lot and goes by the mailbox and whatnot. Any footage you reviewed that showed what the defendant was doing while Mr. Wright was walking around before he re-engaged with the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Some of the video footage we've now seen several times shows a male and a female who kind of come up the stairs and must have passed through whatever exchange was going on, and then they kept going down the hallway. Were you ever able to identify who those people were?
I was not.
There are photos of the pink gun that have been admitted into evidence that appear to show blood on the gun. Do you know if there was what looked like blood found on any of the other items that were recovered from Mr. Wright?
Was there, I'm paraphrasing, was there blood located on any of the other items that we recovered?
Correct.
I reckon that there was, I can't say for certain without reviewing all the crime scene photos.
Okay, you don't have a specific recollection, but when you say you reckon that there was, what makes you say that?
Because it was a very bloody scene and was, blood everywhere. It was on the walls, it was on the ceiling, it was everywhere.
Were there injuries to Mr. Wright in a location that would have caused or allowed blood to get on his pants so that it would get on the firearm if the firearm was in fact still in his waistband?
Yes, he was shot. Most of his wounds were to his abdomen area, and he had a contact wound to his chest. And then he had several wounds to he had the neck, his shoulder, his left hand, his left armpit. So they were all in his abdomen like area.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Abadi, do you have any questions for the sergeant based on what she and I just discussed?
No.
Ms. Fagan?
Just do your, as soon as he was shot, he immediately falls forward, right?
Correct.
As soon as he was shot, the gun is at that point on the ground, right?
Correct.
Okay, so there wasn't a time where he shot with the gun still in his pants.
I can't say for certain. I'd have to see.
What a random, stupid question. Who cares? As skinny as that guy was, if he had a gun in his pants, I think it would have fell. It would have fell through his pants. These were a bunch of skinny guys walking around like they were 250 pounds. These were a bunch of 135ers walking around like they were 195, trying to be yoked,
Okay.
walking
So
around with
before he
no
shot,
shirts
on the
and
floor,
low
you see
pants
there's no gun on the floor.
and boots,
Correct.
looking like they were getting ready to be in a Jodeci video. Okay. Looking like they were Drew Hill. Okay. Running around like it's Freaknik outside. What's going on here? Oh, yeah, it was the pandemic. It was 2022. Acting crazy. Okay. I'm sorry. Girl. A bunch of little skinny dudes, a little skinny YNs. Okay. Walking around with damn no shirts on, running around with guns in their waistbands, boots on, smoking blunts. I would have been moving out of that place so quick. I would have been like, hello, leasing office. I can't stay here. It's like a damn bad dormitory. I would be like, am I at Melrose Place? What's going on here?
Are you able to get it on my screen?
Uh-oh, what's on your screen? Oh, sorry. It's that handsome judge. Let me add it. Because of 5 o'clock, a bunch of things got kicked out.
Judge
but I will
McBurney is
definitely add that.
funny. He said, I can't get into it. You're talking about that handsome judge? Look at
Almost there.
They look like high schoolers. They do. Y'all, this is like the longest 10 minutes ever in the world in life. It looks like what's it called?
It's a good
Guy. That looks like
yes,
Aaron
hold on.
Hall.
That
That
little
looks
box.
like
Just print something about
what's his
stay
name?
muted.
It's not on.
Oh, it's all
Damn,
good.
Yes, sir.
Excellent.
the little
All right.
short guy. What's his
So my
name?
question was, at this time, there's nothing on the floor, correct?
Correct.
What's his name? The Hall brothers, and my husband's gonna kill me now. I'm thinking like, oh, I'm 53. I don't remember a lot of stuff. Oh, Teddy Riley. He looks like dun dun doo doo, dun dun doo doo. I mean, they look like that looks like Guy right there. That looks like Guy, and they look like they are at the Virginia Beach party. The beach party that used to take place. It was like a precursor to Freaknik and the Greek picnic up in Philadelphia. No diggity, no doubt. It's giving Guy. Okay. I was thinking of Teddy Riley, Rich Auntie. Teddy jam for me. Dun dun doo doo. Dun dun doo doo. The friends over there, yo, stop, y'all. Cut it out. This is enough. Y'all getting ready to kill each other. One of y'all going up to see the good Lord, and the one of y'all gonna be L whopping. I'm out of here. I'm out. Well, it's only 3 guys, so it can't be New Edition. It's got to be BBD, Belle Biv DeVoe. Now you know. Oh, He's like, I'm out of here. That nigga shooting. I'm out. I told you not to do it. That was dumb. That was dumb, son. What'd you do that for? I thought he was our homie. Look, what are you doing?
You actually see the gun hit the wall and then fall on the floor, right?
Mr. Forte didn't get charges because really and truly he didn't have nothing to do with it. And you could see that he was trying to break up the fight. He was interjecting in a way that was trying to de-escalate the matter. And you could tell. So I understand why Mr. Forte didn't get charges. He really and truly, whether he helped or not, he really wasn't involved, even though he was there, and there wasn't really a whole lot that he could do because the two guys were probably hotheads.
I missed it. Can you rewind it back again?
I missed it. Can you rewind it one more time? Let the jury see him shooting the man one more time, please.
You're standing up,
Okay.
correct?
Mhm.
Leaning, right?
Yes.
Gun. Do you see the gun right behind Street's leg? And it's sliding?
Yes.
Hits the wall and lands?
I mean, Nicole, no matter what, it's not self-defense on shoot number 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. If it was self-defense on shot number 1, that's one thing. But by the time he shot him 6 times, that's why Mr. Abadi stressed 6 in the opening statements. That's not it, boo-boo. That ain't it, hun.
So what's your question? You're narrating.
Yeah, judge is like, you're testifying at
Do
this
you have
point.
a question?
The question was that when he was shot, there was never a time he still had the gun in his pants.
I can't say that with certainty.
Before he even hits the ground, the gun's already on the floor after hitting the wall, right?
Nicole, you're not making any sense, boo. If it was in his pants, that's non-threatening unless he's going to shoot him with his dick. As the gun is falling to the floor, he's disarmed. So what's the point, ma'am? What's the point?
I guess that's the gun. A lot of stuff fell. I can't tell
As an
for
officer,
certain.
you're really gonna say that's not the gun?
So that's not a fair question. Next question. Okay. All right.
Nicole doesn't seem ready. Like, I don't know. Nicole doesn't seem lawyerly to me. I mean, like, that's just weird. She asks weird questions to me.
Two questions.
On.
A little outside the scope of your questions.
Okay.
Did any of the evidence that you collected, or
Look at Miss Cooper Jones. Miss Cooper Jones is about to crack up. Look at her. She's like, please, please. And doesn't Miss Cooper, Miss Jones Cooper, I'm probably saying her name wrong. It's Cooper Jones or Jones Cooper. With her red hair, she looks nice in her powder blue, doesn't she? Or steel gray, whatever it is. It's either a bluish gray or powder blue. Looks nice with her red hair, don't y'all think?
any of the witness statements show that the victim threatened to shoot anyone?
No.
Did Mr. Forte tell you that?
No.
Did the defendant tell you that?
No.
Nothing further.
Ms. Fagan, anything else?
Yeah, let me get off one more dumb question.
Don't have to apologize.
Yes, she does, because it's getting ready to be a doozy.
Ms. Forte said that though, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, that's hearsay. He wasn't there.
You're okay, can he go?
Okay.
You also spoke with the neighbor, correct?
Yes.
A neighbor where?
I'm not gonna go into what he said.
No, I just, a neighbor of Ms. Forte or a neighbor?
Actual neighbor that was at the apartment complex that day, the day of the shooting.
You spoke with a resident of the apartment complex. Is that not correct? You spoke with a resident of the 3rd floor of the apartment complex. Hello? What is wrong with people? Don't people know how to give, like, you spoke with a neighbor, right? A neighbor of what? A neighbor from where? What are you talking about?
Okay.
correct?
Yes.
And that neighbor lived on that floor?
I don't recall.
You don't remember where the neighbor from your
No.
page 3 of your,
No, I don't.
That was 3 years ago, ma'am. Give me the report to refresh my memory.
now, there was more people, you didn't speak to Ms. Parks, right?
No, I never talked to Ms. Parks until after Fugitive brought her in.
Besides Mr. and Ms. Forte, you spoke to other witnesses as well, correct?
No.
You received information from the specific neighbor, right? Correct.
Are you referring to the person who wanted to remain anonymous?
I'm referring to, well, can't get into what he said here. But, so my question is, you spoke to a neighbor that was actually there, right?
I don't recall speaking to a neighbor that was actually there.
I think if Nicole could find her words to put a better mile marker or stamp on who in the fuck are you talking about, because that was 3 years of investigations ago. I don't know what you're talking about. I need for you to be a little bit more descriptive. You're starting to pull stuff out of your ass. Look at the other prosecutor. She's looking like, what in the fuck is she looking at over there? Dun dun doo doo. You can tell who's behind in the chat. Dun dun doo doo. Hey sis. Okay. Look at attorney Jones Cooper.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the beginning of your report?
Yes, Snotty. Go ahead.
Sure.
I'm gonna approach you with all of you.
Is it already admitted into evidence?
I'll waive any objections related to hearsay. If she wants to ask a real direct question on what the neighbor said,
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
She may need the report, though. I'm hearing this witness say, I'm not recalling an interaction with a neighbor 3 years ago.
No.
Look at
Did
the
you
other
report that interview? Yeah.
I don't recall.
Thank you.
All right. Anything more? State? No?
Adam is
Okay.
trying not to laugh. They're messy
Appreciate
over
your
there
time,
at the
Sergeant.
prosecutor
You are
table.
free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Here is, let me see.
You can leave it right there. They'll come, whoever brought it to you will come collect it.
Adam is like, would you stop trying to make me laugh? I'm just going to pretend that I'm writing something super important on this pad. So we can I'm just writing key. She's like, yep, it sure is. Mm-hmm. She's mad.
So ladies and gentlemen, we are done for the day. Thank you for staying a little bit late. Tomorrow, I would like you to try to get here as close to 12:30 as you can.
Okay.
So your morning is your own. I will not call your employer, letting them know you're not in court, whatever you want. But be here by 12:30. The jury room will be open 8 a.m. if you want to get here at 8. It's a cozy space. But we will try to be ready to roll 12:30. We are, according to the lawyers, very much on schedule, if not ahead of schedule. And so it may well be that the state rests tomorrow.
Ooh.
Then
Ooh,
we'll
ooh.
pivot and see if the defense is going to put on any evidence. No burden on the defense. Ms. Fagan may not call anyone. She can.
That wouldn't
if
surprise
that's,
me.
their strategic decision. And so if the defense doesn't put anything up beyond all the things Ms. Fagan has done so far, it may be that both sides rest tomorrow afternoon. We'll take a check of the time. I have to work through some things with the lawyers after both sides rest. So it could be you're here for a little while, get the rest of the evidence, and then you go home early, even though you came late. That's not us wasting your time. It's just a natural break point. And that would mean that Thursday morning, when you show up, we go straight into closing arguments from the two sides. You'll hear the closings. Then I'll give you the law that applies to the case, and you begin your deliberations. I'm not guaranteeing that's the schedule. I've learned not to guarantee anything. It sounds like that's the track we're on. So we'll see how it goes tomorrow. Obviously, if one of you doesn't show up till 4 tomorrow, then we'll be off that track. So 12:30 tomorrow. The shuttles don't run as regularly in the middle of the day. So if you were thinking, hey, I'll catch that 12:28 shuttle to get here by 12:30, there's not a 12:28 shuttle. So you may need to get here a little early. And if you were thinking about a lunch break, your lunch break is before 12:30. We won't be breaking for lunch tomorrow. We'll have a break in the afternoon if things go on, but not a lunch break. Logistical questions? Sir?
Is the lot usually pretty full at that time? Like the parking, like we need to make we have to look for additional parking because it's been pretty packed recently?
Really? That's a good question. I've never had that question. There'll be space? Deputy Gordon says there'll be. If there's not, call him. He'll come pick you up. Blue lights there to get you. Although maybe they have this embarrassing little sheriff golf cart they use to patrol the building. Maybe the golf cart they pick you up in. There should be space. And if not, that's an example of, hey, I'm now having to park in East Point. I'm going to be a little late. You call that number and we're like, hey, that's on us because we told you there'd be spaces. So do reach out. Anything else? Notepad staying there, lip sealed tonight. Don't talk with people about the case. No outside research. You've been doing a great job being attentive. We'll see you at 12:30 tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Okay, so court did start for day 3. Let's give it some time because there's going to be breaks and all that stuff. Let's just reconvene later. Let's just do like 3 o'clock, 3-ish. If I come earlier, I just do, but I'm going to set up a live now for this and I'm going to time it for 3:30. I don't think it'll be later than 3:30 at all. We'll come back at 3:30 the latest, but don't be surprised if you come back and it's like, Fran, it's only 2:15. What are you talking about? Why'd you start it early? Because we just did. Okay. We're not going to do you like that per se, but let's just get caught up because guess what? If they close tonight, then guess what? It's verdict watch tomorrow. It's verdict watch. Okay. All right, you guys. It's lunchtime. I'm getting ready to drop a video really quick. So I should, I'll see you guys in a little bit. Okay. I'll see you guys. Oh, I need to check on something too. Yeah, let me check the traps. There's other stuff going on. There's other stuff going on. I'll be back, y'all. Let me go check and see what's going on the YouTube streets. There was other court going on today, so let me check for some updates for you guys. I already have one, and I'm gonna go and check on the other one. Okay, that could be a reason why I am back earlier than expected, but it won't be on the live that's set up for this, but I'm gonna set this up for 3:30. Okay, I'll see you guys later. Thanks for coming this morning. Have a good afternoon, guys. Good little lunchtime. I'll see you in a couple hours. Okay, thanks for spending the morning with me. Okay, hold on. Okay. There's Mr. Cordarra. There he is sitting at the tables and all the things. So, okay. All right, you guys. I will see you guys a little bit later. Bye, guys.